Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Mondays. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing some of the WWE. Oh, no. Overwatch 2. No. We're currently taking a break from DBD, guys, to play some OW2, change things up a bit. Last couple days, guys, we've been experimenting with FPS limiter in the game, and it definitely makes things feel better, which is very weird. Good. Yes. Anyways, guys, we messed around a little bit yesterday with the FPS limiter. Found out that I actually have two on, which is even weirder. Yeah. See where things go tonight, guys. Experimenting with RTSS and NVIDIA control panel, as well as the in-game limiter as well. Good. I don't know. See where things go, guys. Take a look at the tubes first here. See what's going on there. And then we will play some Gamaz. PCIe scaling. What? Apparently, a girl that can play a guitar is hot as shit. So, 0.1 million views. Opens up, as opposed to. Oh, I don't think I can even watch that because he's banned. Although it's on YouTube. No, I still don't think I can watch it because it actually. If you watch a content creator that's banned content, like it gets you banned too. It's fucking weird. Thus is the way of Twitch, guys. Such is the way. Kind of tired today for some reason. Not sure why. Don't be fooled? Okay. There's a very adamant part of the TechTuber scientific community that's very much against hydrogen for some strange reason. I'm actually kind of curious why. Every day. I tried to play this new game that just came out on Intel Nook. Okay. They have a lot of money, and they don't know what to do with it. Kind of a weird place to be, but you know. Interesting. I'm curious about this, which is the new hydrogen engine, which I believe is it's an ICE engine, so it's an internal combustion engine, but it runs on hydrogen. So I'm kind of curious why he's going to downplay this one. He originally talked about fuel cells, which it's true fuel cells are more efficient, but it's not about efficiency. It's about the economy of actually just having something that works. Yeah, and then produces a lot less carbon emissions. Let's take a peek here.
Hello everyone and welcome. In this video I'm going to use this 5-gallon bucket with an American flag on it to make you sad about V8 engines. But first, let's start
Probably
off
about
with
some sort of chronic waste thing.
Yamaha, with the help of Toyota, has developed a hydrogen-powered V8 engine. Look at it. Look at that ridiculous exhaust. It is glorious and it has no carbon emissions. A clean V8 engine. What is not to love? So this engine has been developed using the 5-liter V8 engine from the Lexus RCF and then modifying it to run on hydrogen. And as you can see, looking at the horsepower and torque, it's actually very similar in numbers to the Lexus RCF. So very similar to the gasoline engine, except now we're only using hydrogen as our fuel source, meaning
I didn't even know you could convert ICE engines to hydrogen.
Carbon emissions at all.
Apparently, a lot of ICE engines you can convert to hydrogen.
So in order to understand the problem here and get to our 5-gallon buckets, let's first compare the Lexus RCF to existing hydrogen-powered vehicles. So we're going to use the Toyota Mirai, which uses a fuel cell in order to power itself. So the Toyota Mirai does have significantly less power and less torque. That's fine. We're not going to worry about that yet. Our Lexus RCF has a fuel tank of 17.4 gallons, and it gets a combined rating of 19 miles per gallon, giving it a range of about 330 miles, and it has a trunk of 10.1 cubic feet.
I'm just going to take a shot in the dark here, guys, and theorize why he's going to say this is bad, because fuel cells are better than ICE hydrogen, by the way. So just burning hydrogen. Fuel cells are better than ICE hydrogen, but it's not about having the absolute best option. It's rather having an economic option that works. It's about finding a middle ground, right? Between having a car that is either runs on diesel or it runs on gas. We need something cleaner than that, which is what hydrogen is. And I'm kind of curious if this is just going to come down to fuel cells are better. And I don't think that's where we want to be, guys. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. But that was kind of his last take on it. It's just fuel cells are uneconomical, therefore we aren't even going to consider the possibility of an ICE hydrogen engine being feasible.
We'll get into why that trunk size is important in a moment. The Toyota Mirai has 5.6 kilograms of hydrogen stored on board.
There's a lot more stuff that goes into a fuel cell car that converts to DC energy, which is what a hydrogen fuel cell car is. It converts to DC energy for batteries, so it's basically electric powered off hydrogen. It converts to DC in the first place, and then it converts from DC or AC on the grid, or whatever it's produced as, generally AC. Actually, I don't even know if it's generally good. It might be produced from DC to AC and then goes to transmission lines. So I might not even be right on that. I don't know what generators purely are or turbines purely are. But anyways, it goes from AC on the grid to hydrogen, and then it goes from hydrogen, which is just basically a method. It's a battery, to electricity, which is what we're doing now, to electricity through electrolysis in fuel cells. And then it takes that fuel cell energy and turns it into an electric motor, right? And just cutting out a lot of the electrolysis part reduces the complication of the engines immensely, and also means it can even be used possibly as converting current vehicles. You can't convert a vehicle to electric without a lot of fucking work. There is a possibility that you could convert your ICE engine right now to hydrogen, though, and that's a big deal. That's a big fucking deal. But we'll see what he's saying. I'm jumping the gun here.
In a vehicle, because it's stored as a compressed gas rather than a liquid that you can simply measure in gallons. So we have 5.6 kilograms of hydrogen. That is within 142.2 liters of hydrogen storage tanks. There's actually 3 tanks in the Toyota Mirai. and it gets a combined MPGe rating of 65. So that gives it a range of about 357 miles, and it has a 9.6 cubic foot trunk. So as we look at these, both of these technologies exist today. Obviously, both of these technologies work. All right, let's dive straight into the problem. So let's assume we're going to create a Lexus RCF that instead of running on gasoline, it runs on hydrogen. So instead of putting gasoline in that 17.4 gallon tank, we're going to fill it with hydrogen. Now, the problem here is that hydrogen is at 10,000 psi, but let's just assume we can safely use this 17.4 gallon tank and fill it with this hydrogen.
I mean, you could convert it. You could convert it to have a tank that could safely store hydrogen. So, not really a problem right out of the gates here, but already trying to downplay it. But I guess that's kind of his take, right? Once again, I'm not a huge fan with people that don't, like, they'll try and fisk stuff, so they'll try to look at each individual point and, like, use it as a nuance, rather than looking at an inclusive problem and looking at what it's attempting to solve, and the opposite of not solving it. Like, it's like the same people that have problems with nuclear power, where they say that nuclear power isn't completely green, which it's not. But so therefore it's not an alternative energy to fossil fuels, right? Which we desperately need to get away from. It's about keeping carbon in the ground instead of in the air, right? And yeah, okay, it's not perfect. And once again, when you're making compromises, it's not going to be perfect. That's kind of an engineering thing, is where people have, like, it has to be perfect all the time. But we'll keep going with this. I might be jumping the gun.
Hydrogen at 10,000 psi because we have that space available to use. So we have that about 17.5 gallons, about 66 liters, and we want to figure out how much hydrogen can we store within this fuel tank. So if we look at our Toyota Mirai, we know that we have 5.6 kilograms of hydrogen within 142.2 liters. So if we take that 5.6 divided by 142.2, that tells us how many kilograms of hydrogen we have per liter, which is about 0.04. Now, if we have 66 liters of available space to store that hydrogen, well, that tells us we have 2.6 kilograms of hydrogen available to use. Okay, so we know how much hydrogen we have, but how far can that take us? So an interesting thing about hydrogen...
So we look, I believe it has, if I remember right, it has like 3 times the energy capacity, or 4 times compared to gas. It's actually pretty good. Or 2 times? Maybe it's 2 times. I don't know. I might be jumping on that too. But when you looked at the car, there's like 3 storage tanks, and they're pretty small. And that didn't account for the gas tank underneath, which could be hydrogen cells, or trunk space, which you can convert to hydrogen cells, right? Which is what he's getting to right now.
Hydrogen is its energy content. So 1 kilogram of hydrogen has about 33.3 kilowatt hours worth of energy in it. Now, 1 gallon of gasoline has about 33.7 kilowatt hours of energy in it. It is a rare example of metric and American units just having this beautiful compatibility here, where 1 gallon of gas is the energy equivalency of about 1 kilogram of hydrogen. Okay, on top of that, hydrogen is also roughly equal in efficiency when used in a combustion engine as gasoline. Current studies show that it's slightly less efficient, but theoretically they have similar potentials as far as efficiency is concerned. So knowing that, and because we know our Lexus RCF gets 19 miles per gallon, and a gallon is roughly equivalent to a kilogram, and they have similar efficiencies, well, that means that this Lexus RCF powered by hydrogen is going to get 19 miles per kilogram. And 19 times 2.6 means our hydrogen Lexus RCF has a range of only 50 miles.
For 3 small tanks. He's being a little bit sensationalist here, if you can't tell, based on his tone and how he's dancing around on the screen. But once again, you're looking at 3 small tanks that look like NOS tanks, and comparing it to, was it 17 gallons? A 17-gallon tank, which I guess my car is a 16-gallon tank right on top of it. And then at the same time, you're not looking at liquid hydrogen, which is another potential state that you could keep the hydrogen in, just by making it's going to be pressurized as shit. But once again, you could actually keep it even more pressurized, and therefore, like liquid gasoline, it'd be able to store even more energy. Instead of storing it as a gas, you store it as a liquid. And I'm not exactly sure. So with, I mean, you're storing a bomb in your car, right? But gas is a bomb. If you guys are curious about that, you're like, oh, it's a super explosive. Gas is super explosive too, if you didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah, put a match to a gallon of gas, and you're gonna find out just how explosive it is. So, by the way, don't do that. Diesel, on the other hand, is very stable, which is fucking weird.
And that is at the EPA rating, so meaning driving relatively lightly. You know, if you're gonna actually put your foot down and have some fun, you could easily cut that in half and only have 25 miles of range. So when it comes to
once
range,
again, so I'm gonna also point out, once again, hydrogen gas cars, hydrogen ice is a very new topic, and you're basically looking at first generation electric cars, guys. We're already on like what Tesla's been like hammering away, and that's putting aside all the years, even prior to Tesla, right? It was around for like a century before Tesla picked it up, and that doesn't mean that the technology has evolved or it is mature, right? And Tesla picked it up, and then they just went ham with it, and now we got all these other Me Too's that are showing up. We got a bunch of other companies that are trying to do it too, monkey see, monkey do, and they're trying to do the same thing, but Tesla did it first and made it feasible and viable as a technology, even as a sports car. And now it looks simple, and you're like, oh yeah, electric cars are viable, right? It's something that can happen, and even with all the naysayers. But he's looking at like a first generation like hydrogen ice engine. He's like, no, this is impossible. And this is one of the reasons like there's kind of a stark contrast, guys, between engineers that are like, yeah, no, this is what things look like now, and then they completely disregard where things potentially could be in the future. And potential, obviously means a lot of things. But he's just like looking at this, and he's trying to stack up buckets here.
Number everyone loves to talk about is 300 miles. We want our cars to be able to travel 300 miles without stopping.
And it's not the same thing as electric car, by the way. You could pump it in the same amount of time you can pump your gas with hydrogen, which is very important.
Using these buckets as a visual, how much space is required in order to store enough hydrogen to have a V8-powered vehicle travel 300 miles? So each one of these is 5 gallons. We just calculated that with 17.5 gallons, in other words...
By the way, this is kind of like a double down thing. So part of this is also double down. We looked at his prior videos where he said hydrogen wasn't feasible. He has a couple videos on it why it's not possible. Generally looking at, this is, I believe, his first one looking at ice hydrogen. They look at the fuel cell version of hydrogen, and then basically the inefficiencies or economics of getting hydrogen to a car, right?
We can travel 50 miles. So if we multiply that by 6, we get 300 miles. So 3.5 of these buckets times 6 gives us 21 buckets. Okay, so let's see how much space 21 of these buckets takes up. And keep in mind, we are putting these inside of a hatchback with the rear seats folded down. In other words, a vehicle that has a lot of storage space. This isn't a sports car with not a lot of space to store fuel or cargo.
I'm very interested to take a look at the comment sections.
I did verify that these are, in fact, 5-gallon buckets. They are just slightly larger, but it's not enough that it dramatically affects the purpose of this demonstration. Keep in mind that the actual storage vessels are going to be bulkier than this in order to compensate for the extremely high pressure of the hydrogen inside.
But he also didn't take into account the fact that it's going to be a bigger container too. Because there's overhead. If you have a small container like this, then you have a certain amount of padding on the outside, right? And obviously if you have a bigger container, then it reduces the amount of overhead associated with it.
Okay,
so maybe not even exact with that.
Show me a sports car that you can fit this many 5-gallon buckets in. It doesn't work. But you might say, Jason, this is disingenuous, right? The storage tanks aren't a bunch of individual buckets. Certainly you'd put it in a more efficient shape, right? Okay, hold that thought. Beautifully branded. Okay, so show me a sports car that you can fit this inside of. And keep in mind, this is going to be at 10,000 PSI.
Why is he obsessed with the sports car?
It needs to be sure that in the event of a car crash, it's going to be kept safe. Oh, and this is 95 gallons, so we still need 2 more of these.
This is kind of the weird thing, right? So the comparable safety standard for a car that gets hit is a gas tank, right? And gas tanks can very readily leak if they get punctured, right? Depending on where the vehicle gets hit, and then it can turn into a fire or just explode in general. So, kind of a curious comparison here where you're talking about utmost safety. That would also be an utmost safety standard that's applied to the same level as gas-powered cars, right? Assumedly, same safety levels as gas-powered cars.
In order to get to 105, in order to have that 300-mile range. So if we calculate the volume required in order to store enough hydrogen for this Lexus RCF to travel 300 miles, it
You
is
doing liquid hydrogen? I see liquid there.
14.1 cubic feet, which as you can see is larger than the entire trunk of the RCF. And that's not even considering that it needs to be a pressure vessel that's holding all this hydrogen. There's not even enough space in the trunk to do it, and then you don't even have a trunk. Now, to further demonstrate how silly this is, let's analyze an electric car and talk about how much volume it needs to travel 300 miles. So we can do
This
that
doesn't really
by
matter.
looking
Fuel
at
cell
an
cars don't really
individual
matter at all.
battery module. At this point, this is
He's
dated
gonna
technology.
fuel
This is
cell
from the
hydrogen is
Tesla
much more
Model
efficient
S,
than
and so
ice
we have
hydrogen. That's
about
not really
16 liters required
feasibility of
for
the
one
problem, though.
these
It's
modules,
compromised,
which
right?
gives you 5.2 kilowatt hours. So you can do the math and find out that you need about 300 liters total in order to travel 300 miles, significantly less than you would need with hydrogen. And we're talking about a vehicle that has 1,000 horsepower, easily or by looking about not even enough space in the trunk to do it, and then you don't even have a trunk. Now, to further demonstrate how silly this is, let's analyze an electric car and talk about how much volume it needs to travel 300 miles. So we can do that by looking at an individual battery module. At this point, this is dated technology. This is from the Tesla Model S, and so we have about 16 liters required for one of these modules, which gives you 5.2 kilowatt hours. So you can do the math and find out that you need about 300 liters total in order to travel 300 miles, significantly less than you would need with hydrogen. And we're talking about a vehicle that has 1,000 horsepower, easily can hit 300 miles.
This is electric cars, guys. We just talked about this earlier, and I prefaced the video with that. Electric cars have been around for a long time, and Tesla took off with them 2008, so they already have almost a 15-year, I was going to say 20-year head start, 15-year head start on hydrogen, liquid hydrogen cars. First gen, guys, always sucks. We've talked about this before. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. First gen of everything usually fucking sucks dick. That's the way it goes. It's a proof of concept and something where you can show feasibility and then attempt to go from there and start making iterations on top of it to improve things.
And although it is similar in size to a Toyota Mirai, instead of only 10 cubic feet, it has 25 cubic feet of storage. Now, yes, it's a hatchback, so a bit of an advantage there, but the point remaining that even a battery does a better job than hydrogen in this case of trying to get something to travel 300 miles and still be sporty. Okay, so we need to be able to store all of this hydrogen in
We talked
a
about
smaller space.
liquid storage
so
before
how
already.
about as a liquid? Well, liquid hydrogen can store 75% more hydrogen in the same amount of space as gaseous hydrogen held at 10,000 psi. So instead of 21 buckets...
So I'm not sure exactly how liquid works if you have to keep it cold in order to keep it at liquid, but if the pressure vessel is thick enough, then technically you wouldn't need to cool it. I'm not exactly sure on that though, but obviously more explosive, but gas is insanely explosive too, so...
12 buckets. Okay, so clearly liquid hydrogen improves this quite a bit, but it's still a ton of space that we're talking about here, and...
I'd say a normal gas tank, guys, on the bottom of your car, because it's shaped, if you didn't know, it's probably about 9 buckets here. What was 9 buckets? So these are, what, so 15 gallons? Oh, I mean, that'd be like 45 gallons, so that's not right either.
There's an even
we're gonna take a look at the
so
comments here after this.
To store a lot
I'm curious.
of hydrogen at room temperature, which is the temperature we drive around in, well, then you have to compress it into a really high pressure so you can squeeze a lot of hydrogen into a small space. But you could have even more hydrogen if instead of a gas, that hydrogen was a liquid, which is possible. You can have liquid hydrogen at atmospheric pressure if you're able to bring the temperature down low enough to minus 253 degrees Celsius, just 20 degrees.
Yeah, that's turning it into a gas though, like storing it. Doesn't need to be maintain this temperature. What happens if you don't have the temperature? It increases pressure, right? Because it tries to turn back into a gas. But if it can't because there's a space constraint, right? Because of a tank. I'm not exactly sure how that works. Would it just explode?
Is warmer than absolute zero. If you can get a liquid that cold, if you can get hydrogen that cold, it will condense into a liquid and improve its storage capacity by 75%. You've got 0.071 kilograms per liter rather than 0.04 kilograms per liter. Now, the challenge here is, of course, none of our garages are, minus 253 degrees Celsius, but this has been done. In fact, BMW unveiled...
Like, it just has to be at a liquid when it's put into your tank. It doesn't need to be at a liquid, and the tank has to be able to withhold the pressure, right? It doesn't need to be you don't need to turn it from a gas into a liquid inside your car.
In 2006, the Hydrogen 7, which ran on liquid hydrogen with liquid stored hydrogen. So it had this really fancy storage tank, which was able, super well insulated, so it could store this liquid hydrogen for a certain amount of time. So after about 17 hours, enough energy starts to seep into that liquid hydrogen tank that hydrogen wants to start to boil. So the pressure starts to increase, right? And so as that pressure increases, of course, you have to release it. Otherwise, you're basically just, building this bomb within your car. So you have to release that pressure. And so after about 17 hours, that's what the BMW Hydrogen 7 does if it's just sitting there. It starts venting out your fuel to the atmosphere. And after about 10 to 12 days, according to an article I found on Wired on the subject, that fuel is gone. So all of your fuel, if the car is just sitting there, just escapes, which there's a very interesting quote from BMW's press kit, which says, "Parking in closed-in spaces is currently not allowed." In other words, you cannot park this thing inside of your garage because it's just going to vent all of the fuel inside your garage. Now, you don't actually have to worry too much.
So once again, I'm kind of curious. So if the content starts to boil because it's trying to get turned back into a gas, right? If it doesn't have the means because it can't expand far enough to actually turn back into a gas, like it's going to be a bomb, right? But at the same time, like gas is a bomb. So like comparing back and forth between the two, how thick would the tank need to be just to prevent it from escaping in the first place and withstand the stress, which I guess he's not going to cover here?
I don't think about the fuel because they use a catalytic converter so that as that hydrogen is escaping, it mixes it with oxygen, and so you just have water being vented out.
Interesting.
But it's still a problem, right? You're going to fill your garage with the fuel from your tank that you paid for,
Water.
And now it's worthless and it's just all over your garage.
I mean, it really depends, right? So... this leads to a different problem right now where you go home and you charge your car at home, right? If you have an electric car. An alternative solution here is you have a tank at your house that would maintain, like, it'd be cool, right? So you could either transfer between your tank and your car as a storage device, or your tank in your home as a storage device, or you just, put a certain amount of gas into your car and then you have whatever you expect to use and that's it, right? It would lead to a problem where maybe you have to be a little bit more select with what you're doing. But at the end of the day, it's still something that's manageable.
So they don't let you park it in a closed space, and you cannot have a garage at minus 253 degrees Celsius.
Well, you just talked about a possible solution to leaking fuel out, right? Which turns it into water.
At least not yet, or it would require a ton of energy in order to keep a garage that cold so your hydrogen doesn't escape. So it doesn't really work at a liquid. That's the challenge there. So you can store hydrogen as a liquid, you can store hydrogen as a compressed gas. There's a reason why we do it that way today. There are other ways of storing hydrogen. It can be stored as a solid. However, I would urge some skepticism when you're reading about this kind of technology. And
I've never heard, now that would be a little bit weirder, right? Liquid, it'd have turn into a rocket booster or something.
As a solid attached to other metals, because there is an energy required to split hydrogen away from those other elements in order to then use it. So when you're considering solid storage of hydrogen, you must take into consideration how much energy does it take to break away that hydrogen in order to then use it within the vehicle, and is that energy loss worth storing it that way in the first place?
So here's where I want to stipulate where he's going to look at something where he's going to compare it once again to the energy cells, which are just going to be better, right? The fuel cells are just going to be better, right? And then you're going to compare it to gas, and gas is just going to be better, right? And then you're going to compare it to electric, and electric's just going to be better, right? It's not about necessarily having something that is a silver bullet. It's about having something that's a compromise, where people have a car nowadays, getting them off whatever their car is on and onto something else, even if it's a retrofit. That's actually one of the best case scenarios, is a retrofit, as opposed to a brand new technology with a brand new car, because not everyone's a YouTube millionaire like this guy and can afford to just willy-nilly buy cars. There's a lot of people that are just basically scraping by. but we still need to get them off carbon emissions in the first place, right? With a conversion kit or something that would allow them to be capable of, still possibly owning a vehicle, but at the same time actually changing how the vehicle operates. And obviously you can do it a lot easier with things like trucks, right? With semis, for instance, which use a shitload of, produce a shitload of emissions. But cars do too, because there's plenty of people that literally don't do anything. Buses, they just sit in traffic, right? Traffic jams, commuting in general.
Use some skepticism when looking at solid storage of hydrogen. Okay, so here's the sad news for combustion enthusiasts. You could try to solve this incredibly difficult, if not impossible.
The same exact thing. I hate when people downplay this, guys, and like act on the authority card on it. We talked about this the other day with Gamers Nexus. Yeah, so like he's an engineer, right? He should understand what prototypes and first generation looks like in possible improvements, which he sort of discussed here, but I guess right now it's turning into an ego thing where he's doubling down on this. And once again, it's not about having a silver bullet. It's about having something that's manageable for a lot of people, rather than something that just works and is just this wonderful solution that solves all the world's problems at once.
Problem that is hydrogen storage for combustion engines, or you could use technology that exists today. So here's how many buckets you would need if you were using a fuel cell and you wanted to travel 300 miles.
Once again,
6 buckets.
Fuel cell.
Again, this technology exists today.
But it's very expensive. It's hard to manufacture.
Buckets, we now understand that fuel cells are the
and it's not really something you. I don't know. Maybe you could put a fuel cell in someone's. No, because then you still have an engine in front that you can't use.
Boring. I mean, I don't actually think fuel cells are that boring. It's kind of exciting technology, but they don't make any sound, right? It's basically just driving an electric car. So if you're trying to appease enthusiasts by having this V8 engine running,
disagree.
On hydrogen,
it's more cost related and feasibility rather than being boring. And once again, fuel cells are a great answer, but they aren't a compromise.
The disappointing
nothing to do with being boring.
It has to pretty much be a fuel cell if it's going to have any reasonable range. And this is not bringing in many other concerns that are related to hydrogen, but I think could be technically solved. The fact that hydrogen is about $15 per kilogram today, so imagine spending $15 per gallon, safely storing it, packaging.
All costs will come down with the price of hydrogen. Hydrogen infrastructure is very, very sparse.
That is a challenge. So even
it's
if
essentially
in there, you also have to make sure that it is safe, and these tanks are expensive as well. So there are
you don't. How much does a lithium battery cost? Yeah, let's not even go down that path. Yeah, like you're looking at a lithium battery that's the same price or actually worth more than the price of your Tesla. Yeah, no, you guys probably have seen the horror stories online of people needing to replace some battery packets anywhere from like $18,000 to $25,000. Yeah, that's not even no. And once again, you can't compare it to, the comparison here is between green technology. It's not between ICE engines as they exist with gasoline. You can't do that because we need to keep carbon out of the air and keep carbon in the ground, right? That's the end result. Carbon out of the air, carbon out of the ground. And it doesn't really matter how you do it, which is why nuclear is a very good answer to that. Because at the end of the day, we're all about making compromises at this point, not rather having a silver bullet that just solves the world's problems again.
A lot of challenges, but the biggest one simply being how much space it takes up if you're going to have an inefficient V8 engine.
This we're going to take a look here at a second here. So we're going to take a look at how he converted it to 18 was it 300 gallons or something like that? And then I want to take a look at the comments section too. So I'm curious on this. Because when we looked at it a couple months ago, it was more in line like this. 1 gallon of gas, I'm pretty sure, does not equal 1 kilogram of hydrogen, but I guess he did. I guess this is where this thing gets kind of sticky, is right in here where he converted this to make the premise for his entire argument. We have a liquid tank for nitrogen that's 2 stories tall, and almost never is the vent between jobs. The way it works is that it combines cryo storage with extreme pressure to keep liquid nitrogen at warmer temp than negative 192 Celsius. Good cryo tanks work. Tanks are almost always huge for the sake of insulation. If they could find a way to make them smaller, it might work, but in my opinion, that still needs to be used fuel cell, because holy crap, can you imagine the range on that thing? Talking about rockets, not even remotely relatable. Takeaway from this is V8s guzzle engines regardless what the fuel is. Yeah, so so we have to pick through, by the way, his sympathizers and his cohorts, right? People that just jerk him off because they love his channel. Which I'm not, by the way. I wouldn't be watching him if I didn't think he had merit in what he's saying. But once again, you're talking about a V8 comparing to a V8 here. So, your Toyota Mirai here with 182 horsepowers is definitely 182 horsepower, not horsepowers, is definitely looking at a more economic solution here, right? And the Yamaha V8 and the Lexus RCF are made to be comparable to each other in sports car compatibility. So you're comparing a compact, you're comparing a car that's designed for economy to one that's designed to be a sports car, right? And putting aside the range on this thing, that's the sports car enthusiast talking, right? So it's not even apples. It's like an apples to oranges to pear comparison here, guys. Because we have a lot of nuances where he's dancing back and forth between comparing it to between a gas ice engine, and then comparing it to a fuel cell engine that is economic car. And these are like in different classes. This is like an economy car, and these two are sports cars, right? And then at the same time, he's looking at the fuel efficiencies between the economy car and the sports car, or the sports car on hydrogen, right? But then he looks back at the comparison between, like, he's going back and forth between these three, like they're always directly comparable to each other, and they aren't. So as the guy just stipulated below, this is, once again, we're on like our this would be like prototype, it's not even first generation prototype hydrogen ice engine, right? And it's made for a sports car because it's made to be big and flashy. That's what Tesla did with the Model S when they first released it, right? Not the Model S. The X? Whatever they're fast, the Roadster. The fast one that they first released was designed to get the early adopters in there and try to get them interested. But not necessarily an economic option. The Model S is what came out later, which is something that most people could actually afford and drive, right? Because they can't afford to get a Roadster. But in this case, you might not even have a Roadster because of the energy density. So you might not even have the option of a Roadster here, and then you have to look for a more economic option here. But once again, just having a completely brand new car that's really fucking expensive, and it's basically an economy car, isn't something most people are going to purchase, right? Be interesting to know how big the external dimensions of the Mirai tanks are. That would give you a pretty accurate idea. So this is where he started comparing and just like made up it's like he made a bunch of really kind of not ham-fisted but loose statements to figure out basically how much space it takes up. Instead of storing hydrogen inside the body of the vehicle, you pump it into a giant balloon, which is then attached to your car by a hose. That way, if you drive around, the balloon just floats away. As you drive around, the balloon just floats above your car, and in the case of a crash, it detaches and flies away. Q. Hindenburg. I'd take half the range to be able to fill up quickly. Yes, I would too. That just means there has to be more distribution. Once again, stuff that is an answerable problem that he's basically describing as a permanent problem because it exists today. which, if you guys look at the infrastructure for hydrogen, it's basically just in California. It barely exists. Yeah. Just like electric charging barely existed, and hydrogen stations barely, or not hydrogen, superchargers barely existed in Tesla. So Musk basically made a network across the U.S. to install them, right? Because he knew it was a problem that needed to be solved. There's a lot of parallels you can basically make between what Tesla had to go through and what an ICE hydrogen engine would have to go through too, right? But at the same time, you have a bunch of gas stations that aren't gas stations right now that could convert to either have a Tesla charger or something, a supercharger of some kind there, or hydrogen. And he even talked about it where you can actually buy like a hydrogen conversion station where it converts electricity into hydrogen gas, right? You discussed it earlier. It's putting aside the fact that you could have tanks and store it and pump it as well at gas stations, but some companies, BMM, Toyota, etc., whenever someone says etc., this is a weasel word. This is where people don't use an example and they just use ETC as a way of making you think that there's a lot more examples than they can come up with. That's why they use ETC. Have wasted, not invested billions to try and solve these problems. Yeah, no. No. Source citation needed. Interesting to extend this comparison to ammonia. It's another base. I think ammonia is considered for rocket fuel. Kerosene. I think it's ammonia. While the issues mentioned were faced much lesser degree with CNG-powered vehicles. CNG, I believe, is natural gas, propane. Three times as difficult. Yeah, natural gas and propane are still ice, still fossil fuels. People talking about ice engines, okay. Fueling infrastructure doesn't exist, but it could, yeah. Most today's hydrogen comes from natural gas, but can be made cleanly with electrolysis, yeah. NOx is difficult to avoid with combustion engines, you know? Just like there's a bunch of bad things that your, gas-powered engine releases, guys, but you have a catalytic converter where it converts it so it doesn't just kill you and destroy the atmosphere. There's ways of dealing with that. We talked about that before. Today's hydrogen engines are less efficient than gasoline and diesel. No shit. No fucking shit. No shit. Normal ICE engines have had like a 100-year head start at this point, right? Henry Ford? Yeah. No fucking shit, dude. 80 years. That's a long time when you're comparing basically a prototype / proof of concept, maybe Gen 1, to 80 years worth of technological innovation. Bravo. Bravo, dude. Oh, jeez. They haven't been perfected as much in gas as diesel. Yeah, you need to put a little bit of a timeline on that. Fuel cells EVs will be much more efficient. It's not about, once again, having a silver bullet. It's about having one that's economical and feasible for most people. I was hoping for more intellectual discourse in his comments than I'm seeing here. Fuel cells are just better, which is true. I was aware of the venting problem before this video. I was wondering when a vent tank could be used. When the vehicle is in use, the content of the vent tank could be recompressed and added to the main hydrogen tank. Or it could just be burned as a gas, because it's already in the gaseous form, right? No replies, no upvotes. This is actually a good idea. Where instead of it vents it off into a secondary tank that's basically just a gas version of the original tank. So you'd have two tanks, one for gas form and one for... it's a recapture. One for the liquid form of the fuel, which is what you want, and then one for the gas form, which is off venting, right? And then you could have a stage that would compress it down to either recompress it, like you could plug in the car when it's at your house, right? Assuming that you can keep it at your house, even if the tank itself is, once again, this goes back to the idea where you could have a storage vessel at your own house, right? Where you could either keep it cool and compress it, or it's something where it will store it as a gas, and then you could have two tanks, one for the gas version, one for the liquid version, as a way of increasing efficiency. Once again, version 1, prototype version 1, and there's people already coming up with solutions or possibilities to what he's talking about that he never talked about in the video, because his video is basically, even though it's informative, is mainly a dismissive piece, is designed to pound home the idea that you can't do this. And I'm not a huge fan. There's a lot of people that told Musk that you can't do electric cars because they, like, ice is just so much better. There's infrastructure everywhere. You know, what about all these problems you're going to run into? What about the batteries, right? You know, all the shit that you're going to run into. No shit. It's V1. It's V1. It's V0. It's not even version 1. It's just a prototype. And I don't want to say I hate, but I very much dislike people that are extremely dismissive of something, especially when they don't give it credence to the maturity of the product you're discussing. And that's not what he's doing here. And yeah, no shit. 80 years of R&D on ICE engines, and that's very different than 80 years R&D on, you know, like, I don't even know what the version we'd be on of combustion vehicles at this point for diesel or gas. Not remotely comparable. So yeah, there's basically one guy in here that already discussed recapture. No votes, no comments. Yep. You could run a chiller to slow the boil off. Yep. So plug it in when you get home, and then it would just run a basically a refrigerator in your garage to cool down your car. Which we just discussed. One reply, which is scammer. Lots of space for trucks, yep. Trucks and buses. You discounted the fuel tank already in situ? Yeah. Yes, you did. Yep, and electric cars are also designed around their battery packs, which is a huge amount of space underneath it. They're like that. Maybe not like that. They're like 8 inches tall and span the entire width of the vehicle. Once again, he's being extremely polarized and dismissive, which is and sensationalist at the same time. It's one of the reasons I had problems with his take on it, was because it wasn't level-headed. Once again, he's doubled down. We watched a couple of his videos before where he's trying to be dismissive of hydrogen energy, and this is turning it into a double down thing. Like, you know, the reason we call it climate change instead of global warming? Because you need to separate. Global warming implies that humans cause it, and climate change just implies that the climate is changing. Yeah, global warming was rebranded as climate change in order to get scientists that were butthurt and ego-struck stuck on global warming to come over to climate change side, so then they could openly discuss the topic matter. Yeah, that kind of comes with the territory of scientists in general. So, yeah, that's unfortunate, but very knowledgeable. One thing left out is internal combustion engines were being invented. Steam engine builders called them internal explosion engines and said they would never replace steam. Yeah, no fucking shit. Once again, V0. Version 0, guys, and he is acting like it's extremely mature technology that just never is going to work. And another space advantage for the battery is you don't need something a V8 and a shaft to produce the power. Yeah. You can build a car similar to an electric vehicle with storage in a floor pan above. Yeah, no shit. Like, cars don't have this magical void where they pump gas into, right? There's like a trunk underneath your trunk, which is a gas tank where it holds all the gas, which is not really the same size as your trunk, but it's like probably maybe, well, it depends on how big your vehicle is, probably half the size of your trunk, and just gas that exists under your vehicle. I'd take the reduced range for a trade-off as fast fueling. This is another person saying the same thing. I also agree with that. Two issues with electric cars is charging time and battery longevity. Yes, it is. And the replacement of the battery if it goes bad is very, very expensive. Fuel cell cars deal with both those issues, but are very expensive. Yes, fuel cells are very expensive. Once again, the idea of an ICE hydrogen engine isn't that it's better than, from an economic standpoint, it's not better than a fuel cell car. It is a more feasible option for normal human beings that aren't millionaires on YouTube. Yep, no upvotes, no replies. That's not a good place to be, by the way, is where you aren't seeing discourse that are discussing the opposite side of the spectrum. He's probably trained his viewership to respond in this way, which is they don't look at other options because he's a definitive source of information. That's not where you want to be. There is one other moot problem with liquid hydrogen, not directly mentioned in the video. It's very explosive. Gas is incredibly explosive as well. Yep, V8. Once again, you're comparing a performance engine compared to an economic engine, which is a fuel cell. So what I'm reading here is a Mirai can do 357 miles, roughly half the energy storage volume as compared to a Model S. Yeah. Valid points, but these are technical challenges. Storage and engine efficiency. As an additional research is committed, I suspect that we can learn new ways of extracting more energy. Little difference, I guess. V2, V3. Oh my God, this guy's onto something with R&D. How gasoline engines grown more efficient over time. Yeah, you didn't even discuss it. How there's 80 years on fucking ICE engines. More than that. When did Henry? I mean, ICE engines have been around longer than Henry Ford, but Henry Ford is like the first example of. Was it 1908? Okay, no, 120 years, guys. Like Henry Ford was the first example of a car that could be owned by everyone. So you're looking at 110 years, 110 years of head start versus ICE hydrogen engine. Yeah, I don't know. Engineering explain. Maybe you should talk a little bit about 110 years and what happened. People were still dying from smallpox and polio. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we should have a little discussion about 110 years worth of R&D in 2022 at this point. I get it. I get it. Just like future tech, right? Future tech, unobtainium. But we can look and make an arguable plea for levels of improvement over decades, right? And Tesla is like had, even though electric car engines have existed longer than ICE engines have, then it only took off with Tesla, and Tesla has 15 years on this, right? So him saying that a proof of concept sports car is unfeasible forever because he draws on a whiteboard, just not, yeah, no. Yeah, that's, Jesus Christ. Like, I don't think this is like I'm like describing a scenario where aliens come down from outer space and give us free energy or something, right? Even though I'd like to meet aliens in my lifetime, yeah, no. This is, yeah, another person, so maybe we have to dig down into the comments here a bit. No matter what, yes. Bravo, bravo, you just took that right off. No matter what, he said it right there. He said it, he started off with no matter what. Yep, you got it, dude. No, today, I also like his avatar, which is a laughing, enraged smiley face. Electric cars have an efficiency around 80%. This is from one of his other videos. So this is just a memer. This is a guy that's literally just describing what he described in his videos and not looking more at it. Not even worth reading that. How about review of CNG or propane engine? Same idea, burning gas instead of gasoline. Yeah, natural gas, not gas. Natural gas instead of gasoline. Once again, they still release carbon emissions. That's what we're desperately trying to get away from. And electric cars do it, even though you're going to have the grid, but the grid can be more controlled as to what's producing energy, such as wind or solar or geo or water. Hydro. Excellent analysis, and there's a problem where to get the hydrogen that doesn't cause much pollution as it saves. I mean, electrolysis, yeah. It sucks. It's going to be more expensive, but that's where we're at right now. I don't think anyone is going to say that more carbon neutral options are going to be cheaper than ice, cheaper than diesel or gas. That's never mind the initial energy needed to create the hydrogen at scale. That's a growing problem right there. I really want to see a video on how hydrogen for automobiles is produced. He actually has a video on that. It's also a way to store hydrogen in the form of ammonia. Ammonia burns roughly 5 kilowatt hours a kilogram. It can be stored in liquid form. It's his entire point of videos here. You're not getting it, Bogdan. You're not getting it. So I'm guessing this guy's a chemist. You're not getting it here, Bogdan. You're not understanding the point of the video. The point of the video is to dismiss hydrogen ICE engines, not to help them come into popularity. That goes against the agenda that's going on here. Once again, when you look at channels, guys, you weigh and balance like the bias. There's biases with a lot of things, and I guess at this point he's doubled down on so many of his videos. A couple of his videos he can't handle looking at it from a different perspective. He loosely taps on liquid hydrogen, but in the comments here we're already finding different ones, which is what I'm curious about. Is I'm looking for answers, and I'm very far from a chemist. Chemistry is one of those things that just never really latched onto me. But yeah, there might be other ways of storing liquid hydrogen as well, in a chemistry form, and converting it, but I don't know, so. Yeah. Can you do a video on this? Nope. Hey, look, it's a guy that described the same thing that I did, guys. To be fair, if you want to get a sports car that does 300 miles on a tank steering with a Lexus RCF is not a good choice. No fucking shit. Because the Lexus RCF is a sports car. What was it? Not the Prius. The fuel cell car is basically economy. I'll have the 2UR as much as the next person, but my Porker is almost exactly twice as efficient for the similar performance, so perhaps that's a better starting point. Yeah, no shit. Here we have apples to pears to oranges comparison here, and then he makes direct lines to the two. And you can look, even as I'm like neatly lined up, the HP, and then you're like, hey, these two aren't comparable. Maybe we shouldn't directly compare them to each other. Okay. Problems such as the ones being explained by Jason are precisely the problems that drive our innovation. No shit. V0, guys. V0, that's a pretty strong argument, is the fact that it is prototype technology that you are comparing to 110-year-old technology. Yeah, and then the other one is 15 years old. And even though it's been around a lot longer than that, 15 years was when it went mainstream, right? Yeah, no, that's like with people that say like nuclear's been around for like 60 years, therefore it can't work because it's never worked, right? There's things that change in economy that capitalism drives a lot of things, right? Whether or not it's economical. It drives a lot of different things that change in policy will change how we invest in our future, and stuff that doesn't seem feasible is because you're comparing it to a gas-powered car, which has had 110 years worth of improvements on it, to something that is barely a prototype. It is a prototype. Comparing it to something that is a prototype, and then saying that they don't. Oh god, at least some other people are noticing this too. That's like I said, people do this on Twitch too. I'm not a fan. And we just had Gamers Nexus doing this the other day because he had a different connector than the other guys, therefore the other guy's connector doesn't exist or some stupid shit. It's fucking weird. Therefore it's not a problem because I didn't have the problem. I don't think the engine was made to replace electric cars altogether. Wow, he understands it. This is not about being a silver bullet, guys. It's literally about having something that's possible for the average human being that's not a millionaire on YouTube to consider. But I do believe it's made for gearheads to have something to enjoy on the weekends. Oh, maybe he doesn't. This is for the ice guys. I jumped the gun. And no, it wasn't made to just completely replace electric cars. Stop destroying all hopes I have. Yeah, I think that's basically what he was going for, was the knee-jerk reaction that these guys are doing. Hydrogen storage has always been the limiting factor with anything hydrogen. Same thing can be said about electric cars. We're still on lithium batteries, and we have been for like 30 years at this point, 20 years. It's been a long time. Lithium has basically been the primary... Like, lithium batteries have been, like, the primary storage for energy in anything, like, any device for, like, 20 years at this point. Your phone still uses a lithium battery. Yeah. And we haven't really found anything better that's viable at this point. Unless I missed it, you didn't mention the energy needed to create the hydrogen gas or liquid predominantly in the form of electricity. Yeah, that was in his other videos. The energy is significant and could just been put into an EV, traveled some considerable distances. Once again, without conversion. Once again, one of the reasons that we're looking at this option, we're looking at hydrogen ice, is specifically because electric cars are insanely expensive. The battery packs will supersede the cost of the car, as can be seen with Teslas and used Teslas right now. lithium, and then putting aside just like stuff being expensive, right? Environmentally expensive to mine. Putting that completely aside. And then the fill-up cost, which a lot of people also described, which is the fact that you can go to a gas station and fill up your car. And you could say, oh, just fill up your EV at home, right, with your 220. Fill up your EV at home with your 220. And, you know, not every... I guess being a responsible adult means you can plug in your car at night, right? But if you go on a trip, you need to be able to fill up your car in less than an hour. An hour every 300 miles is a lot of time. Yeah. 250 miles. If you drive like state to state in a day, 300 miles is a pretty good trip, right? That's why they probably just base it on that. But if it takes you 300 miles, if you drive more than 300 miles, you're going to spend a lot of time recharging your car. So, I don't know, with hydrogen, you literally just... It's basically as fast as refilling your car with gas. As hydrogen as a fuel, there are already so many options. Gas releases carbon emissions. Diesel releases carbon emissions. Alcohol releases carbon emissions. Fuel cells uses hydrogen. Okay. I don't think you understand the purpose of hydrogen ice engines. For me personally, your presentation is a bit too energetic. Yeah, it's very biased and sensationalist, designed to impose the idea that the other side of the argument is a laughingstock. Sensationalism, guys, that's a word. Also hyperbole. Sensationalism. Good in politics. Especially in journalism, the use of exciting or shocking stories or languages to expensive accuracy in order to provoke public interest and excitement. Yes, that would be a perfect example of what we just saw. Hyperbole. Exaggerated statements or claims not to be taken literally. That's not it. Sensationalism is, though. Hyperbole, very good use of rhetoric. I just think it's amazing how they can create a V engine that just emits water regardless of range and other considerations. That's the takeaway, was that there's no carbon. Yamaha putting money into this research, it could eventually lead to a breakthrough and give us other options instead of having EVs. As amazing as they are, being thrust upon us without choice, as they're being thrust upon California right now. Once again, the options here are not always silver bullets, and they aren't always, hey guys, let's have this perfect technology perfectly designed for us and just, just be available to everyone. Fuel cell cars are very expensive, and it's not something where you can't directly convert your car to fuel cell. How about instead of 450 HP, we sell for half that, sacrifice of the range, maybe 200 miles, consider bigger petrol or having a smaller auxiliary petrol tank? Yes. The main point is that we should continue to allow and actively encourage RD in multiple areas, not put all of our eggs in one basket. You understood the problem and that that hydrogen isn't silver. Gas has 110 years of on this. Electric as off, comparing it directly to version 0 of a prototype. Right now, we're mainly carbon emissions, something that is viable for more people. The fact that you could convert your gas car to bullet as much as blade. There's the naysayer who says all power generation is carbon emitting, therefore it can't exist. Jesus Christ. And this is another problem too, is you just got all the people that are like, no, this can't happen because we have coal power plants and natural gas power plants. And then you talk about like like green energy, and they're like, oh, a small portion of the power grid is generated by green energy or nuclear. Oh, it's really expensive, right? You know, fucking shit is expensive. People are weird. This is like the other side. It's like ice hydrogen is like the same. This is like exactly like I described earlier. This is like arguing with, you have, when you talk about nuclear energy, you have the fossil fuel fucks on one side that say, you know, electric or green energy is unfeasible, and then you have the green energy fucks on the other side. They're like, no, we got to do this no matter what, and no one will consider nuclear in the center because it's neither completely green nor is it completely fossil, right? And then there's strange people that have like this illusions that everything's like Chernobyl and shit. Let's see. Remember an article written about liquid hydrogen BMW back in the day, and important was the engine can't use liquid or even high pressure gas. It needs to be converted to low pressure. Yep. But that would also go. Remember where the guy was talking about capturing the off gas and putting it in this another storage tank? You could also use this extra storage tank for expansion. Surprise. As a primary, where you draw the gas from for the engine. Super complex multiple decompression system. Yeah, okay. Fuel cell powered machine at work. Yep. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. That is literally the MO of everyone that downplays an idea out, like, ever. An engine's a work of art. I like how Toyota still keep fighting to make hydrogen popular after so many attempts. Jesus Christ. Your knowledge about ammonia as a vehicle fuel. Power paste is being developed by Germany. Huh. So as a way of making making energy into something that's a little bit more malleable than, you know, like solid, right? That actually sounds like a viable idea. I'd be curious. Should make a video of a nuclear powered car that generates steam. Mr. Fusion? Only place that liquid hydrogen would make sense is in the airline industry. Once again, big vehicles allow better storage. I only use an LPG. This is propane, I believe. And as fuel is kind of the environment, I'm puzzled why this tech is no longer commercially available. A video on LPG engines would be pros and cons would be excellent. Used it on Punto 1.2. It's widely used in Eastern Europe. You can still buy brand new biofuel cars in Europe with petrol LPG. At least no particles and NOx. Once again, NOx, just like a lot of the bad shit that your car emits, probably has, you have a way of converting it with chemistry to something that's not NOx. Just saying because something exists doesn't mean you can't convert to something else. I go with the catalytic converter. If filling time is comparable, oh, the reload to liquid fuels, a bit more than 2 hours worth of range should be enough. Yeah, there's problems with batteries. Batteries are the biggest hamstring of... And by the way, hydrogen is just another battery, right? Everything, a way of powering something is a battery. It's an energy source. Hey, Slane. Fuel cells make sense in most cases. I mean, the technology is in its infancy. V0? Yeah, no shit. It's a prototype. And he went ham on it like it's been around for decades and used constantly. No, it's a prototype. And it's designed to be to catch your eye based on the horsepower rating, not on the efficiency. 3 miles range is good for me. Filling up more often is just an excuse to take more pictures. PR offices, fuck off. As a fellow engineer, I am disheartened to see how people are getting fooled by some PR offices. Another guy that's apparently an engineer but completely misses the overall goal, the topic in general, which is something that's viable and economic for most people to do, which is possibly converting their current car. Or having something that's cheaper. Once again, electric cars come down to your price of your lithium battery. Not even the price of the car, but the lithium battery in the used car market. You're literally going to look at your car and try to figure out basically how many cycles are on the lithium battery and how well it can hold a charge. I'm sure there's going to be all sorts of scamming too. What's the mileage figure on the Lexus if you drop the power to Mirai levels, and what does it do to your numbers? Your mileage doesn't increase how much you want it to increase. No shit, because this is literally an apples to pears to oranges comparison. Jesus Christ. Yeah, because he's literally comparing 3 different things that aren't comparable to each other and then saying that they're directly comparable to each other. Oh, jeez. I understand from other sources these hydrogen-burning car engines also randomly create nitrous oxide from the available air used combustion process. Yes, we talked about that. NOx. Both people talked about it. Power paste. Another person mentioned that. Do a video of the whole cradle-to-grave approach to hydrogen storage is issue they're working on from Fraunhofer Institute of Manufacturing Technology and Advanced Materials. That's in Germany. Yeah. Once again, people actually attempting to solve problems rather than criticize the fact that the problems exist in the first place. Okay. Yeah. Holy shit. I don't like. Yeah, it's like when we talked about. It's like the ice fuckers on one side, and then you got like the hardcore green advocates on the other side. It's exactly uh, like green energy and nuclear. Unfortunately, there exists a small group of boring humans as myself who believe if someone were to prepare or present an argument for fuel source such as hydrogen, a V8 would be the most inefficient engine. You don't say. It's mainly there to catch your eye that it can produce that much power. It's not there to it's not there to be the most economic source, which is why it's a pears to apples to oranges. You said yesterday you don't want to completely drain a lithium battery. You mean usage or abandon it? Both. Well, I mean, what do you mean by abandon it? Lithium batteries have an optimal power storage, which is between 20% and 80% full. And if you go over or under that storage, there's weird things that start happening inside the lithium cell that causes it to store less energy. Is probably the best way of describing it. Which is why you want to keep your. I think most chargers, lithium chargers, are leveling. Like they'll make sure that you're within a certain threshold. And then why some electrocs, like how you have a flashlight on. I guess one of the best ways of describing it is, when you have a flashlight on and the light grows dimmer and dimmer and dimmer as the batteries get less and less. They have less and less energy. That's because the voltage is dropping. Lithium batteries in a lithium flashlight will just shut off. It'll maybe get a little bit darker, but then it'll just shut off. That's because when it drops below a certain threshold, it just shuts off the flashlight, and that's to prevent the battery from becoming completely drained so it can be charged again. Because if it becomes very drained, you're going to lose a lot. Lose a lot of capacity in the device. That's unfortunate, but that's the way that it goes. So lithium's it's like a princess as far as storage goes, where you just have normal batteries in your flashlight, and it'll just you'll drain the shit out of them. It's also why I find normal flashlights bad, because you have it like the flashlight. When you put batteries in your flashlight, guys, the flashlight is good for like the first 20% of the battery's life, and then after that, it's just a shit show. It just goes down, and you're like, is this thing on? It turns into one of those things. That's why I've just replaced just put lithium batteries in like all my flashlights, and even if the cells get like they poop out on me or something, I'll just throw them out or recycle them. Even though there's basically no lithium recycling in the U.S. for whatever reason, you can't just take them to a place and drop them off. You have to go searching for a place you can drop off lithium batteries, and that's pretty absurd. U.S. is behind in lots of places in the world are behind. That's recycling that needs to happen. And like if there was a drop box in your town where you could drop off used lithium batteries or something, people would actually use it. But they don't, right? They just throw them in the trash. They throw everything in the trash. If you can throw it in like a container on the side of your, like the curb, your recycling container, or some way to actually put them send them to the recycling center. But once again, we live in an economy that's like the lowest bidder, so everyone doesn't, like to push costs on everyone else, right? You as a consumer are supposed to recycle your batteries because it's built into the cost, rather than it's being something that's being recycled. Which is a shame. Same thing happened with CFLs. I don't think CFL even took off. It's like you can't put it in a storage container. Compact fluorescent lamps, even though they've been around for 20 years before they're superseded by LEDs, yeah, you're supposed to recycle them because they have lead in them. And what's the other one? They have lead and... by the way, I can't wait for my heated floor mat to show up. I'm thinking about my feetsies and how chilly they are. I got a heated floor mat showing up, guys. It's going to be so good, or maybe it's just not going to work, and I'm going to have to send it back and wait another couple days for another one. Magnesium. But anyways, yeah. CFLs have lead, mercury. That's what they have in them. Lead and mercury. And it's all the bad things in the world, and people just chuck them in the trash. Even though that was around, the recycling just never took off from. HEV needs less lithium per car, and manufacturing the steel pressure cylinder is easy. Yep. Once again, it's not because a hydrogen ice engine is a good idea, like it's a silver bullet, it's because it's a feasible idea. Problem solved by higher pressure. 223 ammo peak pressure is about 60,000 psi, so you need 4 buckets to have 50 miles of range. I don't know what 223 ammo is. So once again, this is a guy that's converting, this gets scientific, once again, physics, and he's converting to a higher pressure, and then finds out that his formula is off because he used a rather low number. 60,000 PSI is really high, by the way. But just showcasing the fact that you could pressurize it much more and have much less range? You need 4 buckets to have 50 miles of range. No one's actually taken a look at his formula where he broke down the conversion between gas and hydrogen. I swear hydrogen has a lot higher energy density than gas does. Hydrogen has low volumetric energy density. So here it's showing that it takes 2 times as much hydrogen to equal 1 gallon of gas. And what did he show in his video? This is where it gets fucking weird, because then you know, obviously I'm not an engineer and my math becomes all sorts of prone to error. .2 pounds of hydrogen gas is about the same energy as 6.2 pounds of gas. Okay. But it doesn't talk about the amount of space it takes up. FCVs in production automotive manufacturer available at dealership have 10,000 PSI tanked retail dispensaries, which are most co-located gasoline stations. Can fill these tanks in about 5 minutes. Fuel cell electric buses currently have 5,000 PSI tanks that take 10 to 15 minutes to fill. Other ways of storing hydrogen are under development, including bonding hydrogen chemically with materials such as metal hydride or low-temperature sorbent materials. Wow, nothing he described in his video at all. Once again, as I mentioned before, that piece was dismissive. It wasn't necessarily designed to showcase both sides of an argument as much as it's designed to completely destroy another side of an argument. It wasn't an unbiased piece at all. Very sensationalist. And once again, cost of hydrogen will come down as there becomes a demand. There isn't a demand. The hydrogen car market doesn't exist. And hydrogen, it's not even like propane. Propane, guys, like propane is fucking everywhere, right? It's an alternative fuel source to be used as like a heating source or even in vehicles, right? You can find it pretty much anywhere, especially up north. Up north here, you can go to the gas station. You can get propane, either get a tank refilled or trade a tank for another tank with propane in it. It's very easy to find propane. It's not as common as gas. Like, gas stations are fucking everywhere, right? It's not as common as gas stations, but it's much more common than hydrogen because there's almost nothing that uses hydrogen on a commercial level. So, yeah, of course it's going to be fucking expensive. There's a lot of things here that the reason, hydrogen ice car would be very expensive. Yeah, there's a lot going on here it's really expensive in the first place because it doesn't have demand. Yeah, it's like fucking nuclear is in the same fucking boat. And once again, I agree. A fuel cell car would be fucking great. It's much more complicated and it's much more expensive. And yeah, that's one of the setbacks there. I wonder how much does a Toyota Mirai even cost? $162,000. Oh, it's only $50,000. Wow, that's comparable to a Tesla. Wow. But obviously, you're not going to compare the two because it's much easier to get around an electric vehicle right now because the grid exists for it, right? You can plug it in at home. You can't plug in a hydrogen car at your house. Wow. Actually pretty cool. I didn't know you could actually just buy one. I thought these cars didn't exist anymore. Because hydrogen cars had a short stint in the O's. And I thought they went out of business. Like they stopped producing them, but I guess not. Very curious. And then you compare, like, you can immediately see the horsepower number here. Comparable to this. Torque comparable to this. Then you got the Toyota Mirai that's literally a Prius. And you're like, hey, compare this Prius to this attempt at a sports car. Version 0 prototype sports car. And you're like, maybe they aren't directly comparable here. You know, lots of reasons they aren't directly comparable. Hydrogen has an energy density of 120 megajoules a kilogram, almost 3 times more than diesel or gasoline. These estimates are based off of it just taking up a lot of space. But safe storage, guys, stuff like that is engineering problem. That's something you figure out in the future after you develop different ways of storing it properly. And one of his comments literally described how they could deal with the potential off-gassing, which is a secondary storage system that either recompresses it because it's plugged in, or just simply stores it as a gaseous form as a way to use when the car is powered in the first place. It could also be used as an expansion chamber for when you need to convert it to the gas form in the first place from liquid. Yeah. You know. So, like, I watch his videos because he comes up. There aren't a lot of people. So basically, the only people that are actually discussing the ice hydrogen engine on YouTube is like this guy, and then a bunch of motorheads, which are also going to be very prone to ice engines in the first place. They're going to be biased in the opposite direction towards ice, right? And then at the same time, they're just going to say it sucks because it's not a gas car. And they won't get scientific. So there's not a lot of source, even though this is pretty cool stuff. He's biased in the opposite direction. It's a bad idea because he goes to the end here and he says it's boring. Oh. He goes to the end here and his summation of why fuel cells aren't being used as opposed to an ICE engine is because it's boring, when in fact it has a lot to do with cost and feasibility of it existing in the first place. Your average person who does not make millions of dollars on YouTube like yourself purchasing the car. It's not because it's boring. So, you know. Okay, let's move along, guys. Interesting topic matter. Holy fucking shit, I spent a lot of time talking about the interesting topic matter. I didn't expect to spend that long on it. And we're going to continue looking at that because that's kind of bleeding edge, just like talking about like nuclear stuff. It's just for, that might be something that impacts your life in the future simply because it's an alternative to your gas car at this point. And some people or some states are coming in hot with their regulations, trying to force force electric cars on you, so that's going to be closer than you'd think. Electric cars are something that's carbon neutral, right? The 30th. Okay. Alright, well that's uploading, guys. Let's take a look at the Reddits. May disable until November 15th. Why? Temporarily disable. I wonder why they picked November 15th. It must be the next patch day. Address a bug with their Ice Wall ability allowed heroes to reach unintended locations when used with their abilities. Oh. I wonder if that exists in Overwatch 1 or that's new. Reminder, our Blizzard in-game code of conduct specifies exploiting in-game bugs to gain an unfair advantage is considered cheating and should be reported. Okay. I thought they were going to say talking about it. $60 pizza cutter. It's a disc of Overwatch. 6 years later. I think it's pretty cheeky. I love all the fucking people that are just flipping out at the idea of a game that they purchased 6 years ago, losing a lot of its value. Overwatch release date. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that, guys. It's obviously worth $400 because that's what you paid for it back then. Yeah, right, Casey? Yeah, you paid that much. Actually, might even been a little bit further back than that. 760 is pretty old. Like 2012. Yeah, of course. 10 years ago you bought it. Yeah, time doesn't matter. Obviously. Jesus Christ. The entitlement, guys, is absurd. It's still not as bad as Survivor entitlement in Dead by Daylight, but it's still pretty absurd. $6 years later. But I only got updates for 4 years because I spent 2 years saving up updates for Overwatch 2. Oh, jeez. Humor, most limbs, least death, second most damage, most healing, still yelled at for not healing and being a DPS Moira. Should we stipulate here? Self-healing should be considered as a separate stat. Same problem with MOBAs and healers that self-heal heavily don't fight for the team. In this case, we didn't get to see the game, so we don't happen here. Yep. Stats don't tell you all. So if you didn't know, self-healing is included in healing. Moira self-heals extensively through her abilities, so when she's doing damage, she also heals herself, which is going to add up this number. Pretty sure self-healing is included here. If not, we'll probably be corrected by someone. Very certain this includes self-healing. So, Self-healing, healing yourself does not necessarily mean you're healing your teammates. This is what happens when you start dissing your healer in a toxic way who did over 15,000 healing on comp and had a higher KD. You don't know if that's actually about the player. That could just be a random photo. You don't know. Toxic is very subjective, guys. What you consider toxic is incredibly subjective from person to person, and it might not always be representative of what actually happens. Dissing your healer in a toxic way. And this is obviously a screenshot of 15,000 healing, by the way. So you don't even know if that's true, if it's a true statement. There's a lot of question here. All you're seeing is an action message about something that could be anything. And it's a statement that's not even connected with that. Good. Brings into question the complete validity of what they are claiming. Because you neither see proof of the damage nor of the toxicity. So you don't know what it is considered toxicity, nor that it's even the person that they're talking about. Or even that is theirs. But you know. AMD is investigating reports of a Ryzen 7000. Yeah, so apparently there's problems with the thread scheduler in Windows 11. Surprise. Another reason not to upgrade to Windows 11. Having problems with the thread scheduler. And I'm sure Intel also has those problems as well. Microsoft has not been on top of thread scheduling for probably a decade at this point when Bulldozer came out and it didn't know what to do with it. $700X core isolation on versus off. What's core isolation? You want to read comments though. DLDW for 12% boost in select games, not a vulnerability. Oh, that's a security feature. Yep. I know about that already. It's a Windows security feature. Okay. Overwatch Reddits. The reason why I get free BP when I log into the game, I don't actually know. I assume it's an event, a login event. Mm-hmm. Homemade Legion cosplay. You have a fucking knife? What? How the fuck does this get... He doesn't even have a knife in his hand. What the fuck is going on here? Not even like a steak knife or something. What's going on here? Oh, guys. Anyways. I guess. Oh, Stram. 30th. Uh-huh. Hey. Watch Overwatch 2. My feetsies are chilly, guys. And my subscribers. Maybe we should put this under Overwatch 1 instead. Let's see what happens if we do Overwatch 1. Doing it all wrong. Okay. Alright, guys. Let's play some Gamaz. So yesterday we turned off my FPS limiter and I had some pretty miserable games. We'll see if that exists. We'll play a couple games today, see if it exists, and then turn the FPS limiter back on. See how it goes. Okay. I got a Tinder match, guys. Are you a bot? Let's find out. Definitely either a bot or an escort. Okay. I need to take a piss, guys, real quick. You're back. Alrighty. I told you guys, I got a bunch I got a pair of skinny jeans. Not a fan. Not a fan of form-fitting jeans, guys. No, they're elasticy. How to counter Sombra? I don't actually fucking know. You just got to shoot her. I get this. Yeah. I don't know. And depending what character you're playing, that could be very difficult. Yeah, I believe she's getting nerfed as well. In the upcoming patch, there's like leaked patch notes. Yeah. Yeah, she like hacks you when she's coming out of invisibility, and there's almost no time to respond to her hacking you before you're hacked, and that generally fucks a lot of what you can do. You got it, bud.
Strike from above.
And for some reason,
Establishing aerial position. Double.
for some reason, when you play, Jesus Christ, what is this? For some reason, when you play Mercy, and you get hacked by Sombra, you can still float. But when you play Pharah and you get hacked by Sombra, you can't fly. I wonder how Echo responds to it.
Taking to the air. Double. Triple. Disguise. En route.
The hard burn? Mm-hmm.
A clean kill. Up and away.
Oh. I know what that leg is. That should fix that.
Justice served.
But yeah, Sombra has some uncounterable issues, and then she counters. So they removed a lot of CC, so crowd control effects from the game. However, Sombra still maintains a lot of her super fucking annoyingness of her character, as you can tell by basically having your jets completely shut down and not being able to do anything as Pharah. Yeah, there's a couple characters that got completely like looked over, or
Thanks for the assist.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
give it to you.
There is always room for improvement. Angel at your shoulder. Establishing aerial position.
5, 4, 3,
I will not waste this opportunity.
1. Attack. Yes. Escort the payload.
Let's get the payload going. I knew it would come. Dispersing. Aerial positioning underway. Thank you. Feeling more powerful?
This gives them enough time, guys, to regroup. Front row, Shaggy. Oh, it felt that one.
Team kill.
I am empowered.
The payload has reached the check.
Yell at Tank. Tank was just busy doing tank shit. Tank gives no shit about the team. Jump back up. They're both up here now. Perfectly leg grenade, guys. Do we have our first aimbot?
The skies await. En route. This ends now.
That's not good.
Let's get back to basics.
Yeah.
Returning to battle. Come on, team. Push the payload. Let the key guide you. I don't think so.
Alright. That was a complete waste of time, by the way. Complete waste of an ult. Don't worry. I'll just do this, I guess.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Here he's right above me.
Watch out for this one. Up and away.
Ruh-roh. It's kind of weird. We got a piggy now. I thought we had a Reinhardt.
The checkpoint.
Aerial positioning underway.
You should definitely, I still think, in all the years you guys playing this game, you should be able to pick when you can spawn. So if you're about to grab a new point, you can spawn at the new point, right? You shouldn't be punished for just being a fraction of a second late.
Let the key guide you. This ends now.
Hey, buddy! Oh my god! Ah, it's like I survived. No. He, conversely, he could have probably jumped and hit me with a swing. So, yeah,
We can do better than this. Come on. We're shredded.
dude. The whole I'm a high schooler talking about weightlifting shit Farrah's does. Yeah.
Purified. Thanks for the assist.
Huh. Try to get him off. Yeah.
Making another approach.
Go, maybe even like a surfer dude kind of vibe she's giving off. Like, I could Q here, but if I Q, it's just like a waste. Our team's not there. Well, our team just showed up. And our tank was about dead.
We're outnumbered. Careful.
I shouldn't even went out there, but he survived for so long, I was like, maybe I can help him out.
Diva reporting in. I don't stay down.
With or against? I assume you're just talking about me just, healing? Lucios tend to just, run around and do nothing. They want to do. I forgot what his name is. There's this one guy that does all the sick plays. As
This ends.
as Lucio, and they all try to do the same thing.
Power is ready to fight. Always more to learn.
But yeah, basically comes down to like people that just Moira is kind of the go-to people just always complain about right now because she does a lot of DPS, and sometimes people go ham with their DPS and then they just don't heal. I gotta wait for the tank again.
Thanks for the assist.
Tank. Who died then? Three.
Continuing damage increase.
He just went in on his own for whatever reason. Hey, buddy. Might as well use it up at this point. They literally just watch for me whenever I show up, so. It's like they're announcing on Team that I'm going to show up.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Christ. I miss having 6 people, guys. I really do. Like I can't go and put pressure on because no one's pushing the cart. It should be like a healer or something. Maybe even the tank. I don't know. But I literally can't do anything. So now basically just wasted a push because the cart wasn't pushed up with us.
Messy, but we got that.
But Moira, I would say. Holy shit. Oh, I was just gonna Q too.
Okay, my head's in the game.
But it's basically any of the healers that don't pay attention. Annas, low MMR Annas are usually pretty bad. They're like having a Genji on your team that can't do well. So, Annas, for instance, that think like they're really good. Anna can be a really good healer, but she has a really high skill ceiling and high skill floor, so it doesn't matter.
Excellent teamwork.
There we go. That. Bye. And 2. And he was saving that. I knew he went up top again, so just made use of that. Anna's, by the way, at low MMR are usually pretty shit. Even though there's a bunch of healers with like assist, aim assist and shit, they play Anna because she can be pretty good, and then they just don't know how to play her. And then because it's hard to hit a Pharah, they won't even usually heal you when you're playing Pharah. So, no. Boop. We're gonna have that first point push is gonna be the Pachi. It's not. Really? We got like 4 kills. How the fuck is that a Pachi? What? You guys remember when I cleaned out the first point because our team didn't push the cart again? Yeah. How was that a Pachi? Also, I wanted to watch the Sojourn more, but we didn't get a chance. That's pretty good. Let's see if it'll true. Yeah. It was like at least 3 kills, if not 4. Like it turned into a team wipe, so yeah. Yep. You know. But anyways, Anna's at low MMR, even mid MMR. We're playing with Plats and Golds right now. They can't hit shots, so then they just stop healing you. And then even if you're like in an accessible position, like you land, they just still don't heal you. It's like they become blind to you, and they just ignore you because they can't heal you, and they don't want to deal with the fact that they can't heal you. That's very annoying to deal with. Probably even more so than DPS Moiras. Well, DPS Moiras that just do DPS are extremely annoying because they don't even heal. Yeah, the Annas that can't heal and then just stop healing me because I'm playing Pharah.
3, 2,
And then I have to stand in front of them to get healed, and it's kind of like an asshole thing to do, but, you know, your job is supposed to heal me at some point. You don't.
Will not fade.
Hey, buddy. Someone charges Arya!
I don't think so.
Hey, buddy. No, she wasn't last hit. I think all my teammates are dead.
The skies await. Increasing altitude. There they are. Get ready.
You can actually land on top of that, by the way. Oh my god, she moved! There we go. Works for me. And I couldn't find the Bastion at the end. We have a passive tank, guys. That's not good.
Show 'em some air.
That probably means we're gonna get screwed. Passive tanks usually a pretty good red flag that you're gonna get fucked. Like they aren't out in front, they sit and hide behind the DPS or next to the DPS or tanks. Excuse me, healers. Missed that.
Kick this off.
double kill.
Aerial positioning underway. En route. I see an enemy.
Gonna get my E off soon enough, guys. Oh, that is literally the definition of a solo. Because there's no way that would have hit anyone else except me. So, yeah.
Away.
She like super, yeah. And then the fucking, oh my god, Zarya's like 100 energy right now. Oh.
Okay, my head's in the game. Taking to the air.
We'll have to look.
Zarya, ready for duty.
Oh my god! You crazy, crazy lady. Bye, Mercy!
I don't stay down.
Mm-hmm.
First round lost.
Good.
Score 0-0. to 1.
Oh, did I change categories, guys? I totally didn't change
Good leadership
categories, did
makes
I?
all the difference.
Oh, no. Doing with my life.
Heed the plan. Divergence leads to defeat.
Five, 4, 3,
Yep.
2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Aerial positioning underway.
Yep.
Returning to battle.
It's like she intended to do that. She didn't.
Up and away.
The objective is now active.
You are small and weak.
Off, bitch. I'll make this as painful as possible for her to try and hit me. Oh.
My willpower.
Once again,
Let's show
I think
some
Farrah is
fair
kind of
fight.
antiquated at this point compared to some of the newer characters that just are just better than everyone else. Echo's just better than Farrah in basically every way, so. Suck my dick.
Taking to the air.
But she's just playing the character to try and fuck with me. No, they thought I was going to Q right there, and we didn't.
Reality bends to my will.
Much better. Up and away.
No, I was barely in the radius, guys. But yeah, just like the hit scans have kind of just went completely rogue at this point. Yeah, I thought I was outside the radius and I wasn't. Some of the newer characters are just better than old characters. They just made them as a way to just like shore up the loose ends with older characters.
Establishing aerial position.
No. And we have like 3 people following me around, guys. Good. One of which is the Echo, the other of which is the Diva. And Bastion.
The skies await. Taking off. Up and away.
I don't know if he's gonna kill me.
Reality bends to my will.
Bye, Mercy!
Taking to the air.
That Mercy. He's just sitting back there. Oh, yeah, I'm not getting close to this shit. Yeah. Good for her. Huh. I really don't know why you'd actually, I thought there's a medkit in here, and there is not. What the fuck was that? Oh, my Q was just came up! No! Oh, he tried.
Okay, my head's in the...
Good.
Play of the game.
How's the tank? Good. Do like one. Oh, okay.
Welcome. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Do like one more and then try capping my FPS. Again.
Strike from above.
So, I might sometimes pop out of thin air right next to you.
The weird thing is like
Do not shoot me.
they're doing like patches and shit right now. So you don't even know if the like my testing is directly comparable to testing before, or it doesn't even matter. We're doing a lot better than it was before when I had my FPS uncapped, and I'm not exactly sure what that's about.
The paparazzi better not get in my way.
5, 4,
Suck my dick, Diva.
2, 1. Attack commencing.
Aerial positioning
Capture
underway.
objective A.
Ah, it's Jesus.
All systems nominal. Up and away. Excellent team.
Really far back. I only got one. He was watching for me. Maybe he wasn't. No, he was definitely watching for me. Interesting.
Always more to learn.
Like he's a knower. That's unfortunate. Junkrat. That's not where we wanted to go with that.
Positioning underway.
Anna should be back soon. There she is. Holy fuck. No! I felt the button push. I would have died there if you didn't kill me.
Making another approach. Taking off. Taking damage.
What the fuck was that?
Returning
Okay.
to battle. Taking to the air.
Uh-huh. Oh. Get rid of her. Oh my god. Timing on that. I want to see the Anna's perspective.
All systems nominal. Increasing altitude.
Far in front.
We're running out of time. Keep attacking. Booting up.
Oh my god. There's a lot of players like I wanted to watch there, but they never actually killed me, so we didn't get to watch. It's mainly the Anna and the Zen.
Play of the game.
Bana 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 bana. Bana 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 bana.
Arriving at prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Strike from above.
Mm-hmm.
Taking off.
Take care of each other out there.
She's dead. Mm-hmm.
The barricade is making progress.
Okay.
I don't stay down. Positioning. We're outnumbered. Be advised.
It's moving the wrong way. They catching up? We gotta stop them.
I knew I could counter. I am power.
Yeah.
Railgun charge. Making another approach.
Not even a headshot, guys. You can still headshot with railguns too.
En route. I don't think so.
Don't let him push it!
All systems nominal. Yeah.
I was gonna kill the tank earlier and then I didn't. Christ. Holy shit! I mean, the fuck is that?
I don't want to
Oh, it wasn't even him. It was the fucking. It was
positioning underway.
the Sojourn.
Let's show him some air power.
A taste of
Yeah.
Increasing altitude. They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
time to put a stop to their efforts. Hello.
Pretty sure we got ourselves an aimbot, guys, which is our friend McCree here. You can suck my dick, dude.
Returning to battle.
He can't win with the fucking Junkrat either.
Establishing aerial position.
Switching isn't gonna save us, so.
A taste of poison.
Making another approach. They're pushing the barricade. Strike together. On the move. Justice reigns.
We get it? Oh my god, I got him! Hmm?
Play of the game.
Pinpoint accuracy.
What the shit? You're part of the team, you're the only teammate! Holy shit. You can suck my dick, dude. Like, literally have 4 other people. Like, me switching would have changed absolutely nothing there. Possibly could have played Mei. Like, we didn't even do bad stat-wise. And deaths. It's not about how many deaths you guys have. It's literally about what you do when you're alive. That's a common misnomer that people like using, just in MOBAs, too. In MOBAs, it's a little bit different, because you actually give people currency. So maybe even it's a carryover from MOBAs, where you have people that, oh, we forgot to report the guy that's cheating last game, which is now on our team. Reminded me.
Strike from above. Ooh, I live for this.
Yeah. What's the 15 on your profile? What 15? You arguing with people?
Aerial positioning underway.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers
I will
incoming.
not waste this opportunity.
Stop the payload.
Anyways, when you play a MOBA, that's a widow.
Taking to the air.
When you play a MOBA, people will talk an awful lot about your deaths, but in the case of a MOBA, when you die, you actually give the enemy team like basically a power-up, which is like XP and currency. So it actually matters a lot more.
Thanks for the assist.
We might have another aimbot, which is our soldier friend here. We got bodied.
Sniper detected. I'll send away my ultimate. I will not waste this opportunity.
She's out of bubbles. Yeah.
Thank you. The skies await. Aerial positioning underway.
Fall back.
Thanks for the assist. Mercy, I see an enemy.
Or clippy claps. There we are. Hey, buddy. Bye. That guy was looking for me. I'm pretty sure this guy's cheating too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's cheating. He's cheating, but we'll see.
Always more to learn. Taking off.
Our Winston is off in.
Over here. Stop the payload.
Come here for healing.
Dispersing. Excellent teamwork. I will not waste this opportunity.
That's 100. Wait, that wasn't actually the. Nope. Hey, buddy. No, I'm stealing your health kit too. There you go.
Over there. Continuing damage increase.
Almost. I should have went for the tank first. Oh my god, Mercy. Mercy's dead.
They're almost out of time. Hold on and be
Should have left me dead. And it's too far in front. Having a healer would have been more important than having a DPS. That should have been a 2-pick. I should have got the tank and then also got the...
aerial position.
Hey guys. Where's that Baptiste? No. Okay. And Cena. Good zoning out, guys. Good zoning out. Let's see how our cheating friend did. Oh my god, we beat our cheating friend. Wow. Although we had to heal by basically the entire match, and we're getting focused by like their entire team. But because we could line of sight properly with that Mercy, worked out really well. Good placement, Ben Sam. I know, guys. That's where he went out in front and decided he had to res me. Yeah, he should have left me dead. Good. How do we do? 10. Our McCree friend, I guess, toggled off. That's kind of interesting. I guess he didn't need to strut his stuff against an enemy Pharah while his teammates were complaining at him to do better. By the way, guys, with people with like just like throw-out names, we talked about before, like with people with degenerate like meme names in Dead by Daylight. It's the same thing with this game. It's like with every game. It works that way. When people don't like give two shits about like what they're called or their profile or who they are, it's usually a dead giveaway that they aren't afraid of cheating. Bad either.
Traveling to new queens. Prepare for battle. Select your
Mm-hmm.
Mother's work is never done.
No. like they have to have a DPS here somewhere. Besides the Tracer. We got headshot, didn't we? No. Was that a double headshot? No.
The skies await.
Good.
We need that robot to turn
I'm
around.
right there. I'm on my way. Brigitte at your service.
Like a gentle rain.
Aerial positioning underway.
Here's a medkit in here.
Clean kill.
Ginger protects you.
The robot has been secured.
Hold it.
Barricade on the move. Blast it. Where they are. Get them. Enemy here.
I need to hit X, not F. To launch that.
Always more to learn.
Your team
The
is
robot
close
is
to
pushing the barricade.
Placing shield.
They took the robot. Time to make up ground.
Right over. Fire and kill.
Oh my god. Is it ours? Dude, Zarya.
Over there.
Okay.
They're pushing the barricade. Strike together.
Got me good. Whoa, buddy. Great one I had to reload, guys.
Returning to battle.
Good.
We need to hold their movement.
Done playing around.
Now we gotta wait for the tank.
What am I missing?
Up and away.
My ultimate is charged.
The skies await.
Suck my dick. It's cause we have a Farah!
Taking to the air.
Pretty sure our Tracer friend here has an aimbot, but I'm not sure on that yet. That's why I've been watching her.
They've got you covered. Stop them from pushing that barricade.
Good. And once again, we couldn't even watch the Tracer, which was the questionable one in the match because we died like once or twice against her. It's because they have an Ashe! It's a hit scan and you're playing Pharah! What a fucking moron. Once again, I wanted to watch the Tracer, but we couldn't watch the Tracer because I died like once or twice to the Tracer. And last time, it wasn't even... I had like a pixel of health, so it didn't even matter. It was literally all the Tracer. Oh, Jesus, guys. I swear to God, guys, we're getting a night here where it feels like we're running into cheaters again, but like I'm not getting any kill cams on them. Weirdly enough.
Select your hero.
Also, my projectiles feel like they're off. Like my, like where I'm aiming when I pull the trigger is completely different input delay. Or off, click to fire. But once again, I think that has a lot to do with not being capped in FPS, but that's one of the reasons we're testing it, so, yeah. And by the way, I like how you can't, like, when someone's toxic to you in this game, guys, if you're toxic back, then it just turns into who reports who. So you can't even, like, go out of your way to act toxic back to someone that's toxic, because then you're just a toxic player, and you can get reported for it, which they will do, because they're toxic in the first place. So they, like, puts you into, like, a codependent relationship. The game developers put you into a codependent relationship where you can't even stick up for yourself, because otherwise you can get reported for it and silenced, which is pretty fucking hilarious. And you really want to tell them to fuck off or suck your dick, and hey, look, you can't. So.
Let's get going.
Tank went too deep, and now he's dead.
We're in the lead. I require healing. I'm on my game now.
Didn't bop her. Oh. That's a problem.
They took him from us.
This week has been
Making another approach.
Huh. Well. There we go.
I'm here to support. Thanks for the assist. Stop them from pushing that barricade. Excellent.
Not sure where that came from, but okay. Good.
They're going to take the lead if we don't stop them.
I'm back.
Our Ashe here has made a lot of questionable decisions, but it seems like she has really good aim, so. Oh my god. I thought that was a piggy. It wasn't. Their piggy's dead. What a huge fucking waste of an ultimate.
I don't want to talk about it.
He has like 5,000 health or something stupid, so like it doesn't even matter.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Well, I got there just in time to die, so there's... Dude, this is why I fucking hate push maps, guys. When you die in a push, you're basically fucked.
The skies
Like, you can't reinforce your team at all. And then it results in you pushing the thing all the way across the map, too. And that's it. And then you die, your team dies, and then you just fucking sit there. Like, we spent like 30 seconds flying across the map, guys. Pretty sure there's a Reaper back there still.
They're pushing ahead. Take them out.
Oh, that's not good.
They pushed ahead of us? How?
They're pushing the barricade. Strike together. Look after my own. I see an enemy.
Still alive.
Enemy here.
Yeah, no, we need to wait for our spawns. That's what we need to wait for.
I will not waste this opportunity. The advantage is nearly ours. Aerial positioning underway.
Hey, Mercy. Well, both their healers are dead. Works for me. But unfortunately, that was right in front of our,
Shake it off.
their tank.
Positioning.
Like a repeat of last game. Last time we did this. But maybe going around the outside edge is actually faster. I'm not sure.
Over here.
You gotta be fucking shit. Was he waiting for me?
They've taken the robot.
Oh yeah? Huh.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Poor Mercy.
I don't stay down. Increasing altitude. Right back at you.
Like I said, she seems like she has. Oh my god, she has insanely good aim, but like horrible positioning. Got him.
Enemy here. En route. Thanks for the
Poor Mr. Biggie. Picking a tank, guys, very good. Picking a tank with nano, even better. Christ. Once again, this is the guy that I think is cheating, but he has absolutely horrible, horrible positioning. Yeah. Like, can barely move his character, but has god-tier aim. Which is pretty impressive. Like, even if you play Valorant, right? You should be able to move at least a tiny bit. I guess. And then a headshot. Let's see if we got some tractor through wall. Pretty sure that guy's cheating. But absolutely terrible at playing the game.
On the move. They're catching up to us. We need that robot to turn around. Up and away.
Take you where you need to go.
God damn it. You know the Ash is sitting behind me, shooting me in the back too.
I don't stay down. Repositioning.
Over there.
Over here.
They took him from us.
We have a Kiriko. Has she ever ulted, guys? That's not where we want to be.
I don't think so.
With it. 30 seconds.
That's an Ash. I thought that's a Mercy.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
God. No.
Our time is up. Watch out.
They're pushing the barricade.
Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This game is extremely, extremely punishing. If you're not on the payload. No. That's pretty shitty. Once again, pretty sure our friend here is cheating. You. Oh. Yeah.
Welcome to Oasis. Prepare for battle.
All right. Can do this right here. Arbitrary number, nothing to do with my under refresh rate.
Strike from above. Forget
Makes your
regulation.
tapping your FPS, guys, just makes your mouse feel very, very different.
Who's ready to have some fun?
One. Round one. Capture the objective.
It's a lot easier to see people with capped FPS too.
Taking to the air.
The range on that thing's pretty insane.
Maximum impact. Repulsion.
Get him?
Come on.
Up and away.
Just still heals from the Reinhardt. Oh, Jesus. Is that a Pharah? That's not good.
Enemy over here. Stay out of range. Rain from above.
First round. One.
Good. Good.
Score.
Feels better, but we're also kind of oscillating back and forth between games where we're doing really good and really bad, so we'll have to give it at least 2. Once again, it feels like capping your FPS, guys, makes an immediate difference. It's not even showing up in my accuracy. My accuracy is slightly worse, right?
You'll never guess what I
But it could just be due to the way that I play my character.
I don't do guesses. What's your price?
I have a feeling I'm going to get a winner.
Oh. No. No.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Not sure what he's doing up there. I wonder if he knows he's a tank. Like, why would you even do this, right? Like, he's supposed to be out in front doing shit, and instead he's hiding like a Reaper. Yeah. That's tough to deal with, guys, and has nothing to do with his teammates. That's all on him just being a shit tank. And his team suffers because of it. Immensely.
I don't think so. I require healing.
Fuck.
Excellent team.
Hey, guys. Oh, my God. I think most of my missiles hit the doorway. That was not the cue I wanted, guys. Would have been better if I was actually in the room.
Stay down. Up and away.
See, like this, when you die, you can actually reinforce your teammates, right? With push, you can't do that. Sucks.
Enemy over here.
Yeah, am I right, too? God. Dude, how long does dynamite last for? The fuck is that shit? Like, she didn't even shoot me, did she? It was just 200 and nothing on dynamite?
Systems nominal.
I guess it's hurt because of earlier, but I just had like 164 if I remember right.
My ultimate is good to go. Group up, Banda.
You're stuck.
Oh, this is the guy we reported the other night.
Skies await.
3, 2, 1.
That's a cheater we reported before.
Feels like solid, huh? Stereo positioning underway.
Meteor strike.
I love Kitsune. Got a little bit better. Good. My accuracy actually worse. Doesn't feel worse though.
Play of the game.
Oh, someone lost by 1 healing. Oh no. But not really, because that guy has a lot more limbs and damage in addition to healing. That's not even close. Completely different, guys. Feels completely different. I'm pretty sure I'm just better. Are you the same person? Nani? Yeah, I am. I am. Oh. Oh, jeez, guys.
Strike from above. Aerial positioning. Under double. A clean kill.
Double kill.
Maximum impact. Establishing aerial position. Double terminated. Justice reigns from above. Repulsion.
Look out for that first step.
Swish.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Good, good, good. Mm-hmm. Ah, the rare Mercy Main. I think every time, weirdly enough, there's occasionally people that you run into constantly. I have no idea why. This guy plays Mercy every single time I've seen him.
Strike from above.
I guess I've been playing for a while, so, you know, for what that's worth.
Increasing altitude.
I wronged someone dear to me. The path to redemption is trying.
It's not pleasant, but you'll see it was worth it in the end.
I hope so.
Anna smokes like 10 packs of cigarettes a day. You can hear it in her voice.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Establishing aerial position.
Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Dispersing.
Whoopsies. We're gonna see a Widow in a half a second here.
Let's wipe them out.
Free. Is it a reflect? I don't think I hit him on the first missile. I thought I did.
I don't stay down. Up and away.
Hmm.
Thanks for the assist. Blast it.
That's not good. That's good. Wow. Did they actually make that to align with her actually having a good KD? Oh, that just makes her character extra fucking annoying. I guess that's her MO though, so. Holy shit! I hope that's Pot G just for a trick shot. That's hilarious. I'm sure it's not to them, but, you know. What the fuck are you doing? Yeah. Gonna jump on me? He didn't jump on me. There he is. Did I hit her? No. Funky.
I will not waste this opportunity. Heat check confirmed. Aerial positioning underway.
Ah, there's a Reaper back there, isn't there? Hey, guys. Aw, dude, I should have queued that. No. That was an easy queue. The only one that was paying attention was the Diva. I think that's below. My god, that ruined my timing. Where do you think that is? Alright. Ah, much better. Ah. Also, we had nice Mercy heal bot. Worse accuracy again. Doesn't feel that way. It definitely feels like we're doing better. No, guys. Don't know.
Strike from above.
Bow!
Select your hero.
VNet Player Jr. Wait, what?
There are no secrets.
Zoning out, guys. All I am is a rocket launcher right now. I am the embodiment of a rocket launcher.
One. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Aerial positioning underway.
And me too, Farah. Actually, not me too. It's just another Farah.
You cannot allow them to take the robot.
Outfoxed. Aerial superiority maintained. Good one. Barricade is pushing forward.
Hey, guys.
Float like a jellyfish. I require healing.
Let's get going. I got you.
I knew I could
Huh?
count on you. Enemy over here.
It's just a waste of time even trying to shoot at her. If I was Echo, maybe I'd just go around trying to fuck her in the ass, but, you know. Farah is not a counter to Farah, guys.
Taking off.
Oh my god, this isn't gonna help. I don't know why you're doing this. No. Like, everything is so insane, guys, when her ability's going off. I didn't have my Q up either. Like, there's almost no way I'm gonna be able to kill anyone.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Because, like, it's just haste. It does, like, everything. It just gives you everything.
Up and away.
Oh, hey, look. Their entire team's here. I thought they were on the other side.
Let's show him some air power.
Wait, what? Why do we have the forward spawn for so long? What the fuck is that? Oh my god, guys. That grenade? Yeah, he totally did not... Uh-oh. We may have a toggle.
The skies away.
That grenade should not be a sticky... Like, not sticky. It should not be a homing grenade. It can be a sticky grenade. It should not be a homing grenade. It seems like they changed the criteria for you losing the second spawn. That was... Like, they had the robot way up here.
Increasing altitude.
Forward spawn active.
Oh my god. I just about died. Fucking sticky grenade. Like, you don't even need to aim that thing.
Always more to learn.
Would have stopped their efforts.
There we go. Almost got the other one too. Good.
Okay, my head's in the game. Aerial positioning underway.
It's considering killing the tank, but she kept hiding inside too. One of the shitty things about hanging onto your ult for so long is like people know you have your ult either because they suss it out or they're cheating, and then they just start playing around it. Makes you more of a target.
Clean kill.
Viable progress.
Up and away.
Not where we want to be.
Increasing altitude.
No! Dude, that dot is so fucking annoying. I wasn't even, like, I had line of sight on her. I 100% had line of sight on her. How the fuck did I get hit by that?
To battle.
I was inside that little building. Uh-huh.
Establishing aerial position.
Oh yeah.
Blaming the robot. Let us proceed.
Rains from above.
Oh, did I just kill my teammates? I might have. I might have just killed my teammates.
Rains from above.
But yeah, some of the push maps are especially bad. Colosso or Coliseum or whatever it is. Yeah. This isn't so bad because it's more condensed. It's a zigzag pattern. Colosso is just a fucking giant long line. Very, very annoying.
The enemy has claimed the robot. I don't stay down. Taking off. Enemy over here.
Where I just saw the rocket go through her.
60
There we go. Pharah's good against Farah, guys. I killed the other Farah. You saw it.
The skies await. Increasing altitude.
How the fuck did he shoot me just now? What the fuck? Okay.
Okay, my head's in the game.
10 seconds remaining.
Stop their push. Up and away.
Overtime.
You just came up too.
Get the robot now.
Good.
Careful, we're outnumbered.
Anna's super far away.
Making another approach. If we stop them, it's over. Aerial positioning underway.
Got it. Hooks. Feels like we're missing people. What the fuck's going on here?
Stop them and it's over.
What is our tank doing? What? Their tank just throwing at this point? What the fuck's the tank doing?
Always
Okay.
more to learn.
You won't stop the enemy from advancing.
Increasing altitude.
Oh. Oh, no, I didn't hit her. I went through her. It's like her tank. That's me. It's like her tank wanted to see how powerful he was, so he just didn't do anything for a while. Gotta love a sticky grenade, guys, or gotta love a homing sticky grenade. Okay. So, I think just hands down, guys, hands down, locking your FPS, or at least for me, on my setup, is just infinitely better than unlocked FPS. And I don't think it has anything to do with my monitor refresh rate. I think that's just... Stats don't even look that great. I think it's just... I don't know, it's like input delay. Be right back, guys. Yeah. Really, I think the kicker is really the input delay. It definitely feels, especially with Farah, it definitely feels a lot worse with it uncapped. And it shouldn't. Your input delay should actually go down the higher your FPS goes. It doesn't, which is very weird. Pretty weird. And actually, it just feels fucking horrible. Like, I even perform well, and it makes me feel gross. And the FPS isn't capped. Like, it's manageable as far as doing decent, but, like, there's just some matches where I have to react fast, and I can't. What the fuck is going on here? Just have an AFK tank? What the fuck's going on here? Move it? I think so. I do a reload. Is this a guy from last game? It is. A couple of them are from last game. That was McCree.
All systems nominal. Into the air.
Dude, so we have two basically off healers. We have Zen, which can't primary heal it worth shit. And then we have... Probably a bad idea. No, that's a bad idea. I messed up my E. And then also we have Bridget, which also pretty sure she can't heal worth shit. At least I haven't seen a good Bridget healer. She more of flails her mace, and then we get one that glows about her limbs because she managed to get last hits on people.
Thanks for the upgrade.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
And away.
Bye. He was up there, I don't know where he went. Ah, they can also be annoying. Thanks for clarifying that. Whoop. Fuck, what? The...
Always more to learn.
It looks like her aim adjusts every time she fires a projectile. Not even joking, every time she fires a bullet because her bullets are a stream of projectiles. That wasn't where you wanted to be. I thought it was a soldier chasing me as a mini diva. What the fuck is that? Yeah.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
That's a Bastion. The fuck was that? Why did our diva start spinning around? Intentional? I hope. Ah, good. Ah, it's a Me Too, Farah. That's lovely. Oh, well, that's not what you wanted to do. Definitely feels a lot better with capped FPS, guys. Just throwing that out there. Ah! Ah, obviously she's doing work because she's a Pod G. Yes. What happened? The players changed. They went from whatever they were playing against before that apparently they're steamrolling to my team. Which was me and whoever else filled in. There's a couple people that popped in at the beginning of that game. We could try the RTSS limiter because it's just a hotkey too, I guess. RTSS limiter, it feels weird. I don't know why. We're getting the same people, guys. 3 people from the last game are on the enemy team. 1 from 2 games.
Strike from above. I don't work with criminals.
What's right isn't always what's legal.
Then you change the laws.
Easy for you to say.
I do not wish to be feared, but to be left alone.
Ah, it's another working piano.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
Yeah, it's another working piano, so you can make a script, auto hotkey script to play it. Like on whatever the map is where you actually,
Aerial positioning underway. Together will not fail.
Ah, it's a Farah. Boop. She can teleport though. No, Luis is down. Is this the Bridget bitch from last game? I haven't actually played Bridget after she got changed around a lot. She might actually be good now, I'm not sure.
Making another approach. Establishing aerial position.
That was a huge waste, by the way. He was almost dead and surrounded by our teammates. That was a huge waste of my ult. I was like, oh my god, a tank, I can insta-kill him. Oh.
All systems nominal.
Hey, buddy. That's not good. We're dead. I almost made it.
Let's show him some air power.
Engage this
Really
enemy.
need the payload to move.
Taking off. I don't think so.
That bridge just die after ulting?
Over here.
I don't know why it doesn't show assists sometimes. Like, the soldier did the majority of my damage, and then she killed me, right? Actually, maybe he didn't, because she got a headshot, and that's like 3/4 of my health.
We need to reach payload. Monica,
No one can hide from my sight.
Establishing area position.
Oh, buddy. Series of unfortunate events there. Damn it. Q right on top of my Q, guys. And then he was a little bit too far ahead. I didn't know he had a jump ability left.
I don't want to talk about it. Increasing altitude. Thanks for the upgrade. Get ready. Aerial positioning underway.
They're just all sitting there waiting.
Group up.
Guys are fucking chasing that Doomfist all around, guys.
Establishing area position.
Jesus Christ, I have like 3 people trying to kill me. And our friend here might be cheating now. Because I've played like 2 games with him and it wasn't like this. Yeah. That looked pretty direct. Might be slightly tweaking things here to up his skill level.
Meteor strike.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure our soldier's cheating now. He wasn't earlier, but that changed. Oh my god, that timing. No. Wasn't intentional.
I don't stay down. Hey, establishing aerial position. Interesting.
No. This guy's 100% cheating. Let's take a look. Yeah, this guy's 100% cheating.
I move with the payload.
My head's in the game.
No, that's just meant for me. Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Yeah. Good? Good, good. Go up here? No.
Dragon consume you.
Enemy here.
Fuck off.
Round goes to me.
100% try and just like run over and kill me.
60 seconds remaining.
Justice served.
Me too! Aw. Once again, this guy's cheating, so. Yeah. Oh, buddy! That's so amazing! He's literally just jumping around. Alright.
Play of the game.
He doesn't lock on. Sometimes, like with really bad aimbots or really bad players, they'll just lock onto you through walls and you can see it tracing you. That guy was clearly looking at us through walls, but he wasn't tracing us with it. He's 100% cheating, though. Good shit. Still won, though, guys. It's like, there is literally no difference between when he had his aimbot on, killing me, and when he was just shooting at me normally. And this is in plat and gold, by the way. I love pointing that out. I love pointing it out. These kind of people exist in plat and gold, guys. Yeah. No, that's just someone that toggle on aimbot because they're literally fucking angry at the game. Maybe they have to do their job to kill Pharahs everywhere. I don't know. Hey, look, it's a Mercy playing Mercy, guys. Never would have thought. No way. No way. This is Mercy 9582 reporting in. Both the player name and the player.
Strike from above.
Only 500 hours. It's not nearly enough.
All systems fired up and ready to engage.
This is London, huh? I've seen fancier.
Up and away.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Good leadership. makes
Kiriko's
all
kind
the
of a
difference.
condescending bitch if I had to put a little label on it, but you know, whatever.
5, 4, 3,
In before instant widow death.
1. Attackers incoming.
Like widow? She might not be a widow.
I knew I could count. Taking the air. I look after my own.
The Genji? Die here pretty soon.
Outfoxed. System compromised.
I'm gonna say we're about to get bastioned here.
I require healing. Thanks for the assist.
Is Genji actually her dad? Is that your bi dad? Whoop! I saw him in tank mode at the last second. Yeah. Oh, hey. Hey, buddy.
I'm not done yet. Rain from above. EMP. All systems nominal.
I'm coming in hot. Thank you.
Taking off.
Genji creeping around here.
I've got you covered.
What? Okay. I can't deal with the Genji, and I paid attention to the Genji instead of the Bastion, which I should have been looking at. Uh-huh.
Showing some air power.
Helden sterben nicht.
Establishing aerial position.
Good point.
I will not waste
Objective lost.
I don't stay down.
I mentioned it before, guys, but even, like, when you see cracked Genjis, they almost never...
Over here.
They're almost never cheating. It's weird. It's like always hit scans. But you see, like, cracked out Genjis that are really fucking annoying. They never look like they're cheating in kill cams at all. Sometimes they are, but usually not.
Aerial positioning underway. I don't think so. On the move.
Eh. There we go. Got two. But then again, I could also be wrong. Like, is he watching me through the... Yeah. Then again, I could also be wrong. Like, it doesn't look like he has an aimbot for his shurikens. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have a wall hack. But, you know, maybe not. Maybe not. He's just a really good player. So.
Thank you. Thanks. Stay there.
But yeah, most of the time when you see, like, a really good Genji, they're basically almost never cheating. It's always the fuckers with their hit scans. McCree especially, and Soldier. And then Sojourn's another favorite. Fuck was that? What? Why did it look like his bullets were exploding on my screen when he wasn't doing damage to me? The fuck was that? That's really weird. It looked like there's a shield in front of me.
Let's show him some air power.
Hey, buddy. Right in a sweet spot, guys.
Over there.
Where's the acknowledged?
Enemy here.
I didn't mean for them to go over there. It's like fucking robots. I was looking for a yes. There's just a yes, right?
Over here. Aerial positioning underway. I don't think so.
Ruh-roh. Again.
Always more to learn. Taking to the air. EMP activated. Enemy over here.
Oh, there was. No.
Excellent teamwork.
Nice.
Establishing area position.
God. He's like just waiting for me to use it. Just waiting for me to use it to dash in. I'm pretty sure he has a wall hack. And he can figure out how much charge I have, but I'm not sure on that.
Okay,
I don't know. Maybe I'm going to eat my words here, guys. I'm not sure. Genji-san feels kind of weird here. Aha! Aha! Have some mines, Reinhardt. Oh. He's still in tank form.
Making another approach.
Hey, buddy. Excuse you. Excuse you. She just turned around and went out the other door. I thought I could get around the side of him, though.
Play of the game.
They had a Sombra at some point? Oh, this is our Sombra. Beat him, beat him, beat him, beat him. Beat him, beat him, beat him, beat him. Mm-hmm.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Alrighty. What time is it? Let's do,
Strike from above.
that, and then we're gonna do this.
A wanted man on the run. I've known a
What?
few of you.
Oh, it's because I have a custom profile set up for Overwatch. No way.
Guess it's a good thing I'm heartless.
Oh my god. The custom profile overrides. Custom profile overrides the
5, 4, 3, 2,
global settings.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Squad up. Concussive out. Knew I could come.
What? Why is there a Sojourn just on our side? Thought that there's. That's not ours, guys.
Over there.
Shake it off.
An enemy here.
Aerial positioning underway.
Play weird. That's also really weird.
Much better.
We may have some cheaters, guys.
Up and away. I don't stay down. On the move.
This ends now.
Objective
Huh? What the fuck is he doing? He's just doing that to die? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. I get it, you're a tank. I'm not going in there. That's like... Let's go suicide at their spawn, guys! No. what he's doing. Let's watch, guys.
Making another approach.
So there's aimbots where they won't hard lock, so it doesn't look as robotic, and they end up inside like a box when they're locked onto you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy's cheating. No.
I'm unstoppable.
I've got you covered. Taking off.
Hey, buddy. Charge. Here, let's make sure you don't run away. There you go. Now stagger you.
Increasing altitude.
Now they have to wait longer. Good. See if Bastion walks around the corner and aims like at her face. Well, now you can see us, but. What are you doing? Tried.
Perfect hit.
Anna's shooting me too. Ah! It wasn't just the Kiriko! It was Anna too! Good.
Let's show him some air power. Repositioning.
Is that the Bastion? I believe it is.
Up and away.
Not actually. That's not good.
We're outnumbered. Be advised.
That's the Sojourn. That looks... Yeah, he's 100% cheating. Okay. Okay, dude. Like, literally just staring directly at my character through the fucking wall. Remember I said Genjis don't cheat? Oh, it's a Sojourn. It doesn't count. He's a dirty Sojourn.
Aerial positioning underway.
Yeah. Oh, dash. It's kind of funny because I was just talking about how they don't cheat, right? Yeah.
All systems
Mm-hmm. This guy's aim is literally fucking all over the place, and then it like locks to your chest. I'm very certain he's cheating, as well as the Genji's cheating. Now. Alright.
Play of the game.
Genji. This guy. And weirdly enough, the Genji didn't look like he had an aimbot. But once again, good aimbots really won't be all that discernible from a cheat. Whereas the Bastion, clearly, his aim was going like this all over the screen, and then when it'd get inside your chest, and it'd do like a little square shape in your chest. And you could see his like actual aim moving around inside your chest. Which is the same as when he moves around when it's not locked onto your character.
Now traveling to prepare for battle. Select
Muscle Mercy? You gotta be kidding me. It's another Mercy main. But apparently this is Muscle Mercy. Ah. Very, very attractive. Four hours. Actually, that's count. Ah! 1,100 hours. I see. Oh. What? Good.
Strike from above.
A lot of armor. Well, I guess you are a pretty big target.
She 100% should have been a big boy. You're a really big boy.
Forget regulation. After this mission, I'm throwing a party.
No. No.
5, 4,
Yeah. I hate this map, by the way.
Pizza at your service. Where does it hurt?
Enemy over here. I see an enemy.
Yeah, I literally needed that tank not to see me so I could line of sight that McCree until I reloaded.
I'm back. Establishing area position.
Wow. Dude, what is our tank doing?
Enemy over here.
We should be fine. I should have. Oh, we're fine.
Over there.
Yes.
She's gonna blow. Thanks for losing.
That's not good.
Taking to the air.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Making another approach.
There just needs to be like a yes/no, right? Like for commands, and there's not. There's an acknowledge. I was looking at my menu. The fuck is this shit? I was literally looking at my emote menu.
My ultimate is charged. I see an enemy. Who mace to the face?
There's no no.
Score
Is there just not a no? There has to be a no.
0.
Like, they give us, like, attack and defend and shit?
Reinhardt, do you think I should get a helmet?
Do you intend to be struck in the head?
Well, I hope not.
Then why bother? You'll just miss the wind blowing in your hair.
No, you really should take better care of yourself. Over here.
How do you say no?
4, 3, 2, 1.
I think that's where you have to bring up the contextual menu on someone's command. And that takes way too much effort. You have to, like, look at some... Whoop, I didn't even know you could go up there. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, dude. I don't need a rest, I just needed a heal. There's Widow again. No. It's a while since we went against the Widow. We haven't seen Widows at all today.
Returning to battle. Taking off.
I could use a hand.
Be advised.
Huh. Well, that's not good. Oh, yeah?
Always more to learn. On the move. I see one.
We're outnumbered. Careful. Enemy over
Okay,
here.
my head's in the game. Aerial positioning underway.
What do you think, we guys? Think we got a toggler? Uh-huh. Feed headshots? I like feed headshots.
Skies away.
Enemy over here. I'm taking damage.
Hey.
I must return to my post.
Enemy here.
Increasing altitude. Passive out.
Hey, guys. I don't know why you did that, but I'll take that.
I'm capturing. There's much for you to do.
Not done yet.
Oh.
Thanks for the assist. Making another approach. Up and away.
This see you. No, you didn't go to the plant. Crazy aim? Yeah. I don't know, like, she's missing headshots. She's hitting all headshots? And then... Okay. I guess he decided he wasn't going for it. I expected the soldier to do that, and then he just didn't. Yeah. Super fun. Yeah. Like, he's just hitting all headshots there, guys, and then just stopped. It's just hit body shots. But it looks like every single one of them is just like, not even following your character around. It's just like a flick dead center. Every single one hit, too. In some form. Unless we line of sighted him. There's no misses in there. It's either a headshot or a body shot. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh, we can't check match history in the game, can we? Oh.
Strike from above. Isn't quite ready yet.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
Good leadership makes all the difference.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective
Oh.
lost.
Aerial position.
Eat.
Let's group up here.
It's not a cheat website. It's DeviantArt? I don't know what the fuck that is. Checking to see if it's actually a cheat website. It's not. Unless it's like a marketplace or something, which it might be. Who's the guy that said that? Again. Sigma. They're knowers. Oh my god. They're literally waiting for me to do that. Oh my god, Mercy, what the fuck are you... Oh my god, Mercy.
The skies await.
Yeah, I did. I wanted to see what kind of cheats they had, if it's actually a cheat website. It's not. Or it's a marketplace. It looks... I don't know what exactly it is. It's like a fanfic website or something with furries.
High power. They're moving the barricade. Form up.
That's not good. Oh. Take care of the tank. Hey guys! That time was a little bit more faster on things. It didn't even matter if I was going to shoot someone or not. I didn't wait for targets. Oh, she actually is healing me. That's not good. Almost. Almost, guys. Doesn't work. Maybe the tank. Oh, I think our Mercy died. Trying to heal me again. Yeah. But yeah, I did Google it. I was curious whether or not they're just like actively trying to recruit people for cheating in the game. You know, the whole knowing whether or not, like what you're talking about when you accuse people of cheating sort of thing. God. Hanky Poo! Okay, he's gone.
The enemy took control of the robot.
Lucio, please! Please! There we go, we got past the bridge. Hey! Looks like he has his aimbot on right now, guys. But I know better.
Play of the game.
He just saved us from the Sojourn, by the way. Yeah. Oh, we did pretty good that game. Once again, I think I am getting a lot of accommodations. Once again, doing pretty good, but at the same time... Oh, that one actually looks pretty good. Not necessarily showing up in our stats. But yeah, I did Google it. Looks like a DeviantArt or a place that you're supposed to upload stuff. Yeah, it's definitely 100% a free, not safe for work free website, guys. Ah! I see. A lot of tags going on here. Interesting. Interesting. Probably uploading a virus to my computer right now. Let's see. Definitely a straight free website.
Traveling to repair your defenses. Select your hero.
Uh-huh. Yep. Don't Google that one, guys. Ah, it's our cheater from yesterday. It's on Hanzo now.
Strike from above.
Nah.
Means nothing if you do not put it to use.
With each step, my burden lightens.
I hope they put up a fight.
Something tempting you?
I has ever eaten.
Setting my equalizer to absolute destruction.
Ever eaten. I will eat more dumplings than
5, 4,
Increasing altitude.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
That Widow? No, it's McCree.
Together we will not fail.
Actually, no, that's the fucking... There is a Widow. For your gross footsteps. Sound like she's on top. I think they use the same footsteps. Fine. It's like she's waiting for me in there. That's very weird. That's like she's waiting for me over here. That's also very weird.
Aerial positioning underway. Excellent teamwork.
There we go. Ooh. Jesus Christ. That sucks. Oh, that's actually a headshot. I thought we died to the Anna. Oh, eventually. Eventually she's gonna hit a headshot, right? Maybe. Maybe not. That's where we want to look. Bonky's being annoying.
Get in there, Bob. I don't stay down. Up and away.
You guys curious where
I see an enemy.
our Doomfist is? Can you identify where our Doomfist is? Hey, buddy.
Increasing altitude.
Hey, buddy. Oh, their tank's dead.
Returning to battle. On the move.
And we still have our Dumpling King running around, so you know.
60 seconds.
Loaded.
Feeling the music?
Repulsion.
The Cassidy.
Got you.
Ah! Not helping. Is that the Lucio? There's literally 4 assist indicators on what just happened there, guys.
Victory.
And despite the memeing, I guess our Doomfist is actually pretty good.
Play of the game.
Good. Pretty good healers, by the way. If you guys missed that, Kiriko is literally right on top of that shit. Good, good, good. Huh?
Strike from above. Taking off. Double. You weren't watching the skies.
Watch that for dinner, guys. I'm thinking fish. Fish and some veggies. Something that isn't gonna kill you. Had pizza last night. It was ultra tasty.
A clean kill.
Chicken bacon ranch.
Double away. Got one. Swish. Establishing aerial position. Double kill.
I also have another pizza tonight, too.
I still have much to learn.
Hey, hey.
I will not waste this opportunity.
No, there's medkit. Actually, I didn't know there's medkits over here.
Pushing the barricade. Strike together. Increasing altitude. I don't think so. They got ahead of us.
Stop paying attention to the DPS, guys, and it happens. Oh.
Shake it off. Repositioning.
I don't know where she went. I hear loud clomping sounds.
You're taking the robot.
Jesus Christ.
The robot has been secured.
What's he doing?
Barricade on the move.
He's like ledge hopping or something?
Taking off. Concussive out. Okay,
got the
my
robot.
head's in the game. Positioning.
The enemy surrounds us.
Can't, no.
They're pushing the barricade.
Lots of anti-fair ledges.
I see an enemy. I will not waste.
Is that our tank? Who the fuck's over there?
From nature.
It's high time.
Always want to learn. Establishing aerial position.
Oh my god. Thank
But
fucking
we got
god.
it done.
Okay. Alright.
Thanks for the assist.
Experimentation. Time for a
My ultimate is charging. Let me balance you out.
exerting force on the barricade.
We're so close to taking the lead.
Dude.
They have led the robot astray.
Another approach. Okay, aerial positioning underway. I will look behind my ultimate is almost ready. Let the Kitsune guide you. Justice reigns from above.
Jesus Christ. Why does everything feel so delayed? Oh, we have an 80 ms ping. Dude, I can't aim for shit right now. What the fuck's going on? Why does it feel like my lance has changed my aim? The fuck is that? I mean, I guess I have a delay. No. Had to wait for the missiles to kill it. Holy fuck. Yeah. I could use an extra 25 HP. If someone wanted to give it to me. Would not be against that. Oh, mercy.
Always more to learn.
Up
and away. We're outnumbered. Be advised.
fortified.
Excellent teamwork.
Jesus Christ, everything's so fucking delayed. I almost didn't get that, guys. It's only 80 ms. It does not feel like 80 ms. Jesus Christ. I guess it's 4 AM games, guys, but holy shit. That's not even what, like, that's like San Francisco. It's not even like Oregon. Oregon, I get like 70 or 60 ms.
2 minutes.
Aerial positioning underway. The barricade is
no.
making progress.
Dude. Like, everything is so fucking delayed, guys, when I pull the trigger. Why the fuck does it... Okay. Ash, I think, is cheating. Good. If you guys didn't get that just by just randomly just clicking to people and pulling the trigger, but not really knowing who to shoot. Yeah. And then tracking someone behind the wall. Locked down behind walls.
Rescue that robot.
Hey! There we go. Best we could hope for there. Yeah, just for me.
It's high time.
I thought about just pushing him behind the wall.
All systems nominal. Increasing altitude.
Go, little ball!
We must get the robots now.
Go, little ball! Ah. Good. Darling.
Play of the game.
뭐大丈夫.
This is implied that I know what he's thinking, right?
From above.
Ah. Overtime, guys. Aw. Imagine that. Good.
Play of the game.
And then you have a relatively normal-looking soldier. They got a Panchi.
Now traveling to Paris. Prepare your defenses.
Another Western server? Nope. Good old 20 MS, guys. That's beautiful. That's a thing of beaut. Mm-hmm.
Strike from above. Taking to the air. Transferring you. Thanks for the assist.
Let's finish this.
Ooh, I live for this.
Someone called the 5, 4, 3, 2,
Increasing altitude.
attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Uh-oh. That was a headshot on... I wanted to see that kill cam. Kill the widow? Don't know.
Aerial positioning underway. Feeling more powerful?
Ready for a knockout?
Shake it off. Up and away.
Suppress this target.
Thanks for the assist. Kicked off. Justice reigns from above.
I knew she was gonna creep around at some point, so I wanted to get rid of him as soon as I could.
Justice reigns from above. There's much for you to do. I'm not done yet. Increasing altitude. Bam.
Hi.
Enemy here.
I'm at the height of my performance.
Genji.
I am empowered. Sniper detected. Great. They outnumber us. Keep it tight. Enemy over here.
Good. So, something to notice there, guys, if you didn't, which is the Widow. I was ulting literally right in front of the Widow, and then she just, like, she just ignored me and shot the guy in the complete opposite side of the map.
Up and away.
Because, once again, I'm pretty sure she's cheating. So,
On the move. Right back at you.
ah, we got the Zen though. That doorway just killed us. This guy likes jumping like straight up in the air and then just like dashing around, and then doesn't really do anything by doing it. But yeah, if the guy was like competent when I was ulting, he would have shot directly at me, right? He would have killed me immediately, and he didn't. He fucking shot a guy across the way in a shop. Okay. That's what I was looking at, or something while he's walked onto. Not sure.
Thanks for the assist. But we got it back. On guard. Taking to the air.
Ha!
I will not let you fall.
Like, holy shit. Maybe she's just like tricking out an Adderall or something. And can't look at anything. I thought about queuing there.
Going somewhere? Cybernetics regulating.
But I would have died instantly. Which is what happened anyways.
Excellent teamwork.
You guys are all done.
Let's show him some air power.
30 seconds remaining.
Steady your heart.
The payload has reached the chip.
Meteor strike.
Hold it, no one. Always more to learn. Establishing aerial position. Repulsion. Returning to battle.
Heroes never die.
Thank you.
I will not waste this opportunity.
This ends.
Shake it off.
Guys. Oh yeah? What do you think that's meant for? There you go.
I'm taking off.
10 seconds.
They're almost out of time. Hold on until
The
we
iris.
Heroes never die.
establishing aerial position. What's there any?
Good. Some stuff going on there with their Sojourn. Also, something going on with their Widow, but then it seems like just stop. Fucking weird.
Of the game.
Yeah, like... That's our Widow, by the way. That looked weirder than their Widow. Okay. Good. Different Widow. Okay. Okay, guys. Enough of this, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. We will continue messing around with it. So, like, all these frame rate limiters, guys, feel different from each other. RTSS, the in-game one, and NVIDIA control panel all feel different. RTSS in general feels more squirrely than NVIDIA control panel or the Overwatch. And I don't know if it's better or worse or what's going on. Feels weird. Like, when we're playing on the ADMS server, like, it was next to impossible for me to hit shit. It was so difficult for me to hit stuff. Like, not even... out. Even show up in your accuracy here at all. How this feels doesn't show up in accuracy at all. Alrighty, guys. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight. Or excuse me. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2, so you guys have it to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. But yeah, guys. If you're new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, make sure to follow in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Tomorrow, guys, will be more of OW2, so yeah. I don't know, guys. We're getting better here, finishing testing this out, and we're going to see how things go and hopefully play some comp coming up, too. But, yeah, don't hold your breath, guys. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Tuesday morning and Wednesday night. I did them in reverse. Have a good day, guys.